Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference is about to begin. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference is about to begin. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you.
Good morning, AVPN community, and welcome to day 3 of the AVPN Global Conference. My name is Mridula Sridharan, Assistant Director with the Gender Equality Platform, and I will be your host for today.
早晨，咁多位 AVPN 嘅嘉賓同埋朋友們，大家好，歡迎嚟到我哋 AVPN 全球大會嘅第3日。我係 Daniel，係 AVPN 嘅助理拓展總監，好高興同我2位同事一齊主持今日嘅活動。
各位貴賓們早安，歡迎來到 AVPN 全球大會的第3天。我是東北亞區資深經理 Meryl 楊愛芳，很開心今天與2位同事一起擔任今天的開場主持人。
Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed powerful ideas in action, from bold commitments to climate and gender equality to inspiring cross-sector collaborations, to some of the most thought-provoking discussions on innovative ways capital can be deployed for real impact. We've heard from governments, businesses, philanthropists, and change makers across Asia and beyond, all united by one vision: Asian leadership for an inclusive future.
喺過去嗰2日，我哋見證咗好多強大嘅理念轉化成為行動，從應對氣候變化到推動性別平等嘅堅定承諾，到鼓舞人心嘅跨界合作，再到點樣以創新嘅手法運用資本創造真正嘅改變，每一個環節都充滿住啟發性。我哋聽到嚟自世界各地、亞洲嘅政府、企業、慈善家同變革者嘅分享，所有人都有住同一個嘅願景，以亞洲嘅領導力共創包容世界。
過去2天，我們一起見證強大的理念轉化為行動，從對氣候、性別平權的堅定承諾，到鼓舞人心的跨領域合作， 还有引人深省的讨论，探索如何灵活创新的运用资本，来创造更多真实的影响力。来自亚洲与世界各国的政府、企业、慈善、社会创新领袖齐聚一堂，都是为了同一个愿景：亚洲领导力，共创永续世界。
And today, we carry that momentum forward. Day 3 promises to be just as dynamic, with conversations that will challenge us to rethink philanthropy, in the role of public-private partnerships, and imagine new possibilities at the intersection of people, planet, and business. So, grab your coffee and settle in, and get ready to bring the same energy and curiosity that has carried us forward the last 2 days. Make this final day of conference one to remember.
而今日我哋將會延續呢一股嘅熱情同埋動力，展開深入嘅對話，探討喺動盪時代嘅時候應該點樣重新定義慈善事業，公私營合作點樣發揮更大嘅作用，乃至係人類、地球同商業之間點樣可以開拓出新嘅可能。所以請咁多位拎定杯咖啡，揾個位坐低，帶住前2日嘅熱情同埋好奇心，準備好同我哋一齊投入壓軸1日嘅精彩討論。
今天我们将延续这股动能，带来同样精彩丰富的内容，透过对话挑战我们在动荡的局势中重塑慈善行动，公私协力扮演的角色，并在人类、地球与商业3者的交汇点探索新的可能。邀请您带着与过去2天同样的热情和好奇心，加入我们今天的丰富的内容，共同迎接2025 AVPN 全球大会最后一天精彩难忘的讨论。
Thank you, Meryl and Daniel. To kick us off with some insights from the past 2 days, please join me in welcoming AVPN's CEO, Naina Sabharwal Batra, as she delivers the closing address that will spotlight the collaborations shaping Asia's impact ecosystem. I was going to cue saying round of applause, but thank you so much. Let us continue to giving her a round of warm applause.
You can see I have a lot of friends in the audience. Thank you very much. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of our Global Conference 2025. You know, as we begin the final day of the AVPN Global Conference 2025, I really want to begin where all things meaningful begin with, which is with immense and deep gratitude. Gratitude to our host partner, the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charities Trust, for hosting us in this vibrant city of Hong Kong and for supporting the AVPN Global Conference 2025. But more importantly, gratitude to each and every one of you for showing up, for speaking up, for stepping up, for attending every session, which was full house, and for just being part of the AVPN journey. Every year, we see our conference grow, not just in scale, but in ambition. And this year has been no different. This year, as you heard, we welcomed 300 speakers across 110 sessions. And we had over 1,550 participants, which is the highest we've ever had. They came from more than 50 markets, and I've heard amazing things about the app. So almost 14,000 connections were made through our AVPN Events app. So I'm so glad you're meeting, you're talking, and please take these connections forward. But, you know, the numbers just tell part of the story. What they don't say is that we here in Asia have a vibrant, expanding ecosystem. And we are growing our philanthropy sector, we are growing our social impact sector. But along with that growth, I think we all understand that we have a shared responsibility to lead with clarity, with courage, with purpose, and with conviction in our own way of doing things in our own context, in our own cultural realities. Asian leadership is not just about claiming a seat at the table. It's about really building that table and making sure that everyone who works with us has a place at it. And that's why our theme has been Asian Leadership for an Inclusive World, which really is more than just a tagline. It's a challenge to all of us, and I hope that we all are up to it. Over the past few days, we have rethought the future of philanthropy and impact investing. We have spotlighted bold community-led action and ideas. And more importantly, we have celebrated the diversity of voices that make up our region. Because the truth is, we cannot have an inclusive world without an inclusive Asia. And we cannot have an inclusive Asia unless we bring forward the full spectrum of our leadership, from large nations to small islands, from capital providers to social entrepreneurs. And I think this conference has really, really done that. So, where do we go from here? Our conversations do not end with the last sessions, because I think what we have experienced over the last 3 days with this conference, I think all of you have said to us that you have felt this energy, this kind of vibrancy, and you feel that there is an urgency to act, to continue to build on the momentum of the last few days. And that is why, for the first time, we are not going to wait to tell you where we will gather again. To make this announcement with me, I would like to invite on the stage some of our long-standing AVPN members and Asian leaders, and more importantly, our friends, voices who embody the diversity, the creativity, and the ambition of our ecosystem. I'd love for you to give us a warm round of applause as I welcome Aditya Natraj, CEO of the Piramal Foundation. Anupama Anand, Program Officer at the Gates Foundation. Angela Chowdhury, Chief Catalyst, Swasti Catalyst Group. Neera Nandi, co-founder and partner, Dasra. Vineet Rai, founder and vice chairman of the Avishkar Group. Okay, we just practiced this very last minute. So, together, we are pleased to unveil the location and date of our 13th conference next year, the AVPN Global Conference 2026. Move that side. For the first time, we're incredibly proud to announce that we are going to be taking Asia's largest conference for social impact and, you know, I think the largest social impact conference probably in the globe, the AVPN Global Conference to New Delhi, India, from 25th to 27th August. It's a special year for us because next year AVPN will be 15 years old, and we have grown so much as an ecosystem since we first started. India has long been one of the most vibrant centers in the AVPN community. It's also had the largest delegation year on year at our global conference, so we are really grateful for the support. India's philanthropic ambition, policy innovation, and grassroots resilience offer a blueprint for how Asia can lead the world with both scale and purpose. Our India members have always played an active part in AVPN's growth So it feels very, very right that our global conference will actually showcase their leadership, innovation, and resilience on a global stage. Now I'm going to hand over to all these remarkable leaders besides me, each bringing a powerful piece of India's story to life to say a few words about what it means to take the AVPN conference to India. Anupama?
Good morning and Sat Sri Akal, everybody. Philanthropy in India has grown tremendously over the last 10 years. And it's moved beyond charity to more strategic approaches, more impactful approaches. The ecosystem is now shaping solutions that tackle systemic issues. And there's a great opportunity now for all of us to get together in India, not only take an Asian leadership, but also global leadership to India, to the most dynamic Asian ecosystem that there is. We're really looking forward to seeing all of you in India next year at the AVPN Global 2026 conference. Thank you.
Angela.
Namaskar and Vanakkam. India is not just a country. It is a subcontinent of immense diversity. This means that for every social, economic, and environmental context, you will find a parallel or an analogy anywhere in this Asia region. This means that this makes it a perfect living lab to create tremendous social impact. And that is why, supported by innovators, incubators, accelerators, and policy initiatives, this becomes the natural home for AVPN's Global Conference 2026.
India's been pioneering collaborative action, and we believe it can be transformational for this region. We can collectively actually accelerate our change by working together with government, civil society, corporates, and philanthropy. Please come together so that we can really leverage this magnificent AVPN platform that my dearest friend Nana and her team have built over the years so that we can really tackle complex problems across the world.
आप सबको मेरा प्रणाम प्रणाम is also namaskar. So, the Impact Investing Day at the AVPN Global Conference here in Hong Kong was a good reminder to all of us that in this very disrupted world, why people in Asia need to connect and discuss and collaborate around impact investing. India offers one of the most dynamic, deep, and very diverse impact investing ecosystem. And we are really thrilled that there is an opportunity for all of you to join, engage, and immerse yourself in the Indian ecosystem when AVPN Global Conference actually moves to India. Personally thrilled, and welcome to you all.
And Aditya.
Namaskaram. India is the fourth largest country in the world at the moment economically. And this has been led through enormous government efforts over the last 15 to 30 years. The public sector has led majority of initiatives for something called Viksit Bharat, which is a developed India by 2047. India is still a very young democracy, and we're setting to be a developed country by 2047. This has been led through massive initiatives which are collaborative between the public sector, philanthropists, corporates and the private sector, and non-profit organizations. The Swachh Bharat mission, which was the largest sanitation campaign in the history of the world. The digital public infrastructure, many of you might have heard of UPI, which just last month had more transactions than Visa in a single day. These are innovations which are led collaboratively, and I think if you want to see how to collaborate between the public sector, philanthropists, corporates, and the NGOs, definitely make it to India. And you will see the beauty of our country, which believes in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which basically means the whole world is one family, and we all grow only when we grow together. So welcome to India.
See
you in India.
Thank you, Naina, and all our distinguished guests on stage. We are all excited to bring AVPN's Global Conference to New Delhi, India next year. And as they say in my language, Vanakkam and Varga to New Delhi. A fun fact, actually I have two. New Delhi is the home to the tallest brick building, a minaret called Qutub Minar, and is also the second most bird-rich capital city in the world. So all you bird lovers, please bring your binoculars. All right? We have an action-packed lineup throughout this morning. We will dive into how corporate global strategy can truly connect with the lived health realities of local communities. Then, we'll expand our lens to explore living systems thinking, showing how our health of people, our planet, and our economies are deeply interconnected. But first, we start with a panel on the role of philanthropy in a turbulent world. This panel brings together global leaders to deliberate on the role of philanthropy in today's world, a world marred with geopolitical uncertainty, economic instability, and climate disruptions. This discussion will uncover how philanthropy can help unlock systems change, foster resilience, and rebuild trust in a time of turbulence. May I ask to join on stage the moderator for this panel, Alison Carson, Executive Vice President, Foreign Policy. Alison brings a sharp global perspective to discussions on philanthropy, policy, and leadership. She will be joined by Shivani Garg Patel, Chief Strategy Officer at Skoll Foundation. Shivani leads transformative efforts to scale entrepreneurial solutions for global social change. And Balthazar Stehelen, the International Committee of Red Cross, personal envoy to the President of China and head of regional delegation in Beijing. Balthazar is a humanitarian leader. He represents global efforts to protect and assist communities affected by conflict. Larry Kramer, President and Vice Chancellor, London School of Economics. Larry is a respected figure in public policy and education. He is shaping future leaders through global academic excellence. Please, a round of applause for the panelists.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you. It's such a pleasure to be here. And following up that incredible introduction and in the spirit of gratitude, I'd like to first begin by thanking Naina and the entire team at AVPN for all of the support, the creativity, and the innovation that you've established here, that you're sharing with all of us. It's an absolutely incredible platform. And also to the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charities Trust, and appreciate all of the support and the partnership as being one of the select media companies here at the AVPN conference. Also, thank you to all of you for joining us this morning on the last day, where we really hope to bring together and synthesize some of the discussions and insights that have been had over the last few days. There have been so many inspiring conversations, and we all need to be clear-eyed about what we can and must do in this moment. This session is focused on making impact in turbulent times. We are very much in them. We're sitting here today, less than 5 years from the 2030 deadline of the Sustainable Development Goals. When there was the last stock take, there were only about 1/5 of those goals and targets on track. And that was before the recent slashing of overseas development assistance by the United States, some countries in Europe, and elsewhere. That pullback is happening among one of the worst debt crises in history. Developing countries around the world are focused on servicing their debts, reducing their fiscal capacity to invest in health, education, and other domestic priorities. All of this is being compounded by a number of challenges which we're all feeling viscerally, like climate change. In the last few days, we've all experienced the threats from the typhoon here, And Asia is experiencing global warming twice as fast as the global average. These impacts and pressures are causing social and physical dislocation, humanitarian crises, and global health and security risks around the world. We have a number of enormous challenges, but there's also tremendous opportunity. These issues are urgent, and there is a real opportunity for philanthropy to take a leading role in thinking creatively, acting boldly, and courageously. And so we have three incredible experts, practitioners on the stage today to harness their experience and insights and think through what concrete measures can be taken now to take what has been discussed in this room and really drive that forward in partnership in the interest of impact. And so with all of that said, Balthazar, I'd like to turn to you first. You have decades of experience at the ICRC, working on the front lines, focused on crisis management, resource mobilization, and I'm wondering, in your experience, how are you seeing these complex crises manifest on the front lines? And relatedly, how are you seeing models of philanthropy in this region really rising to the occasion and being able to support in this complex time?
Thank you very much, Alison. Good morning, everybody. I want to join Alison to thank AVPN and the Hong Kong Jockey Club Charity Trust for welcoming us to a really inspiring and wonderful event and for their hospitality. And it's really an honor to speak here on this panel. And I'm also very happy to see in the crowd our friends from the Hong Kong Red Cross who do great work in Hong Kong, but also work with us in Gaza, in the field hospitals in one of the most dangerous places of the world. So it's great to be back in Hong Kong. Now, perhaps I'm slightly exotic in this gathering with my perspectives because I represent an organization that works, a humanitarian organization that works essentially in war zones, helping to implement the law of war, striving to protect and assist populations affected by conflicts in some of the most dangerous places on the front lines operationally, but also at a diplomatic level, trying to engage states, namely belligerents, at the highest level. And the theme is about a turbulent world and what we can do in the field of philanthropy. And allow me just very briefly to build on what Alison said about the SDGs. Where do the SDGs fail people most? It is actually in situations of fragility and conflict. We will, according to the World Bank, see 60% of the most extreme poverty situations by 2030 in situations of fragility and conflict. We counted or estimated last year 210 million people live outside of state controlled. They are in areas where the state doesn't act. So if you basically look at that, and if you look at it as actors of philanthropy, the question is, will you go also to the hard places or try to partner with people who go to these hard places, or will you go to the more easy places? What's the risk? What's the de-risking? For us, the risk is getting killed, to be a bit blunt. For you, it may be risking capital, risking investment, making wrong bets. We have 130 armed conflicts currently in our qualification of armed conflict. You can't open the newspaper in the morning without seeing a new conflict or a risk of a new conflict. In Asia, and I understand your ambition is more than only on Asia, which is luckily a relatively peaceful region, to the credit of the actors, the states, the regional organizations. But still, we see conflict spreading like a cancer in regions, affecting more stable countries. We see, of course, the nature of war is also changing, the kind of suffering it inflicts on people, the domains it goes into, like cyber and space. So we live in a very, I would sort of say also, messy transition into a multilateral world. Now, allow me a provocative thought. For us, the most important impact is what does not happen. It's the hospital that is not bombed. It's the civilians that are not displaced. It's the prisoners that are not tortured. It's the women that are not raped. So the prevention activities, galvanizing support, promoting the law of war, resisting the idea that anything goes in war is absolutely central to our mandate under the Geneva Conventions. And we have actually foundations and actors of philanthropy who luckily, and we are very grateful for it, support these efforts. But these are prevention efforts, so the outcomes are difficult to measure, so there is of course an element of risks and trust. Indeed, trust. I heard a lot about trust. Trust is our main currency. Without trust, we can't engage with the over 400 non-state armed groups, with all the high contracting parties of the Geneva Convention. So trust is for us absolutely essential. But I think trust, I heard a lot of thinking about trust in the discussions, is of course incredibly important in terms of what kind of models do you adopt. Now, many conflicts last for 30, 40 years, unfortunately. The Sudans, the Yemens, the Gazas, the Afghanistans, the DRCs, they are not contexts where people want emergency help. They want livelihood. They want social impact. They want reliable health. They want education. And that means that in these places, where often the humanitarians are a bit lonely, we need other actors. We need you in these organizations. It will be difficult, but I really would like, and that's perhaps the most important message of my speech, to basically say we need philanthropy to step in with us in these difficult places, because the states have a dwindling capacity to respond to it. I will be, and Alison is leaning forward, I will be just 1 minute more perhaps to say one thing. In terms of the sort of operational approaches we have very interesting approaches, for instance, in terms of rehabilitating water pumping stations in Goma in eastern DRC. And that typically needs de-risking. You have smaller actors, you have the multilateral development banks, you have some private actors, you have blended financing. And I think in this field, there are so many possibilities to do also infrastructure projects and help to support these populations with perhaps a blend between humanitarian actors working in these situations and financing coming, including from private and philanthropic actors, in order to really make an impact for the people. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you for that. You have covered a number of areas I'd like to dive into deeper, and also the stories that you're sharing and the visions from the front line are incredibly important for us to understand and to think about as we're all thinking about how to manage risks, how we think about risk, and very much to your point, where we're all willing to go. And so, Shivani, I'd like to turn to you in that vein of where we're willing to go. The Skoll Foundation, at its very core, is about innovation and disruption for social impact. And so, when you're thinking about your work and the work of the foundation in these complex environments, how are you thinking not only about the what, but the how you're working?
Yeah, thank you everybody for having me into AVPN. At the Skoll Foundation, we fund social entrepreneurs, and in this moment and continued time of turbulence, as is the topic of the conversation today, we think we need a reimagining new models that are going to lean into this moment. And social entrepreneurs, for us, we feel are critical actors in trying to innovate and disrupt and come up with those new solutions. And similarly, on the funding side, we need to be reimagining how we support this kind of innovation and adaptation, and we have to adapt. And so I'll share just some of the things that we're trying to do and hoping that it offers some perspective, but also an invitation for more discussion on how we can kind of meet the moment, but beyond, think about how we're building for the future. So the first thing is really trying to listen to those on the front lines, those in our portfolio who are trying to drive this change and adapt to meet the moment. I often joke with my children, there's a difference between hearing and listening. To hear is just to hear my words, but to listen is to hear and think about what I'm trying to say, and then potentially, hopefully, take action on those. And that's what I think drives and needs to drive philanthropy. How are we not just listening to those on the front lines, but then adapting our approaches to really be a partner in the work? So as the foreign global funding landscape has changed and the current dynamics, we leaned in and said we were going to increase our payout by $25 million, and we launched two funds. One was an emergency fund to sort of in the short term help with immediate funding gaps, and the second was a pivot fund. And the pivot fund was really in an attempt to say, there is that reimagining. What are those things that you're reimagining? How can we support you with funding as you try to lean into that? In both cases, the funding was flexible, core support, really enabling those portfolio organizations to use the funding as they see fit to navigate this moment in time. And I know this is not nearly enough to sort of help those in our portfolio. It's a drop in the bucket compared to what the needs are, but it is a contribution. And some of the things that we've learned through the applications that came in for the pivot funds and for this funding, I'll share with you. The majority of our portfolio who asked for this sort of support, I think over 80% said they're looking at new funding sources, not only from philanthropic sources, but the private sector and local government. So these were new places that they needed to build connections and relationships into. Over 65% said they are testing out and experimenting with new revenue approaches and models. I think fee for service was the highest in there in terms of approaches that were being tried, and a third were leveraging new technology or technology products as a way to think about what was driving their innovation and their pivots. These new directions and new approaches require new capacities, right? New networks that are needed within these organizations. When we said, okay, what are the things that you're really needing in this moment? Over 80% said we need help on strategic planning. We need help on financial planning. We need connections to places that are going to help us access those capabilities and relationships into these new networks. So I think as funders, it's not just about trying to, yes, we have to write the checks and we have to get the money out of the sidelines, but also how are we leveraging the no doubt positional power that we have and the networks that we have to try to make and forge those connections. And that's something that we're trying to do and think about who else we can bring in here and welcome anybody here who would be wanting to partner with us on that moving forward as well.
Great. I love that invitation, and I think you speak very well to the need for greater collaboration among distinct but complementary organizations and institutions that do have various capacities to bring to bear that can really drive and leverage the ecosystems that are here and really drive that impact going forward. And also, I appreciate what you mentioned about really engaging at the community level and how vital that is to really understand the needs, but also then program design and what can and needs to be done and the types of tools and instruments that can actually be appropriate for that context. Larry, I'd like to turn to you and hear a little bit about your perspective. You're at the London School of Economics now, previously at the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, and from your perspective, as we're trying to navigate an increasingly complex environment, how are you seeing what have sometimes been characterized as more traditional approaches to philanthropy needing to evolve and evolving to respond and meet the moment?
So, by the way, first I do want to say thank you for inviting me into the organizers of the conference. It's good to be back here. I'm actually kind of glad we have these bright lights so I can't see what is actually a fairly intimidating audience. But it's interesting to me because of the shift that I made out of philanthropy and the chance to see it from the outside, just as major disruptions have taken place in the world and so much has changed. So I would say first, there is a stereotype of philanthropy as it was done, which is a little overstated in the sense that most of the tools that people are talking about today were out there. They were being used particularly in the first half of the 20th century. But there are pretty significant changes in two ways. One is there are new forms of organizations that many philanthropists are using that create more flexibility and opportunity than was true often in the past. And more importantly, the sort of emphasis has shifted. So the reason people have that stereotype is because a certain form of grant making was the dominant form of philanthropy, whereas what we're seeing now is a different and arguably better mix of tools to address different and arguably more difficult problems. So as I look at the world today, the one thing you see is the challenges are unbelievable. I mean, they're just bigger and harder than even as recently as 3 years ago, say. So the ambition that's needed from philanthropy then really is much greater if we're going to actually continue to play the kind of role that we can and should. And that's against a world of incredible political challenges, obviously not just in the US, but globally. We're seeing efforts to shut down the civic space within which philanthropy can work, and the kinds of stresses and strains on peoples and nations are much greater because of growing problems like climate, where we're really beginning to see the effects hit in a much bigger way, like the spread of disinformation, which has grown significantly and is going to take another leap forward with the emergence of artificial intelligence, like the continued spread of weapons and the increasing risks of conflict that Balthazar talked about. So we're really in a situation where the ambition that we need from philanthropy is greater, but then there's a greater set of tools. So for me, as I look at it, I'm more thinking about the way philanthropy has been done and kind of 4 concerns, I think, that are worth keeping in mind as you think about stepping up to the challenges that you're all now facing. So the first one that I would point to is there are these many different tools, but there's a tendency sometimes to start with the tools rather than the goals. So it's really important to start with what it is you're trying to achieve and then choose the tools that you need accordingly. And as I say, many of you and many philanthropists today have more opportunity to do that because of the new forms that are used. And many, on the other hand, have chosen to work with particular tools and not others, which I think is perfectly a sensible way to proceed, because you can develop some expertise, but still start with the goals. And if the goals that you want to achieve require different tools or additional tools than the ones you have, that's the time to look for partners. But the key being just let the goals drive the form of philanthropy and not the reverse. The classic, I have a hammer, I'm looking for nails. The nails are probably part of what's needed, but if we need other things, let's find other people who can bring those tools to bear. The second concern is increasingly, and actually in a good way, of course, philanthropy has become more strategic everywhere. So the idea of just doing sort of little projects or disconnected projects that seem good has been, I think, replaced among most philanthropists by really thoughtful efforts to be strategic. But it's important that strategy can often become something that reduces your ambition. If you get too focused on a narrow set of goals that you want to achieve in a particular time frame, that often ends up reducing your ability to really achieve the larger goals that you have in mind. I've often seen, and we fell prey to this at Hewlett as well, if you're exercising too tight a control on making sure that every dollar that you spend is efficiently used to achieve the goals of that particular grant, and for each grant, then the net effect overall can often be to reduce your ability to achieve your larger goal. So it's important to retain kind of open flexibility. We often talk about how we're good with failure. It's okay if not every grant works, and yet we tend sometimes to actually want to be so focused on making sure that every grant does succeed that we lose the bigger picture and our ability to achieve that. Third concern has to do with collaboration. I think everybody agrees that collaboration is necessary, and people are striving to do it. It's always been difficult. Part of the reasons I think people find collaborating difficult, and certainly this was our experiences, is different funders have different processes, different ways of wanting to do things, and each wants to hold on to sort of its way of doing things, and that makes collaboration difficult. Even more difficult is the fact that within most funders, the decision-making is actually dispersed. So you have to line up everybody inside the foundation behind a goal to actually make it move forward. If the program officer might want to do it, but if the program director has a slightly different understanding, or the CEO or the board, it won't work well. And so much of the challenge is if we're trying to work with somebody else and there's different dispersed decision making within. So there are real challenges to collaborating, and it's made more difficult as different funders are using different kinds of tools. And so it's really just we need to be really open to those and recognize that the goal has to be to achieve the collaborative effect, or none of us are going to achieve what we want. And that requires everybody, I think, to be open to being more flexible in terms of how they want to proceed, what their processes are, the extent to which they're willing to really create joint processes and joint ways of blending their different work. And then the last concern, which is in some ways the most challenging for all of you, is the political risks and challenges that funders face are unquestionably greater than they've ever been. And it's, you know, I've said I regret, people are like, aren't you glad you're in the UK now? Like, I left the US right before the election took place. And there's a part of me that is, actually, no, I kind of would be curious if I would have the courage of my convictions if I were really facing the kinds of, you know, risks and challenges many of you are facing in the work that you do. Particularly since it's important to balance that risk against sort of pragmatically wanting to actually achieve goals. So it's easy to put your head in the sand. It's just as easy in some ways to stand up and insist you're just gonna, you're gonna stand for your principles. If that gets you crushed, then you haven't actually accomplished anything either way. So balancing the need to be pragmatic with the need to hold on to principles and to try and achieve goals in the face of great odds. I mean, those are, I don't envy you. I do envy you, and I don't envy you, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So.
Thank you for that. You've covered a lot. I'd like to go back a bit to the tools and the means of support, and then return to the idea and very important aspect of partnerships. Balthazar, to you, and then to Shivani, when you're thinking about the kinds of tools and kinds of support that philanthropy and other partners can really provide in these kinds of moments that are having impact and also fostering resilience in what are environments that are constantly exposed to shocks and need to establish a greater absorptive and transformative capacity. What are you seeing on the ground? Yes, these are all challenges, but what are you seeing that's having an impact that we can all learn from?
Thank you. Perhaps to echo and build on many of the points Larry made, yesterday I think one speaker, Vinod Rai of the Avishkar group, talked about we shouldn't only measure outcomes, we should also measure intent. And some of the points Larry made go a bit in the same direction. And I think in situations of armed conflict now specifically, which informs a little bit my life and my perspectives, we need very different tools. So I think we still need, and we will need, enhanced philanthropic giving, trust-based giving, because you cannot, in ever-shifting conflict zones, always predict with precision what is the outcome. You are often hit by new, suddenly onset wars, and I think the question is, how do we also finance humanitarian action that is direly needed? And the gap is absolutely dramatic. In some countries, such as Ethiopia, it's basically 70% of the medical personnel was apparently paid indirectly by US aid through a variety of organizations. So for some of the countries, it's almost a wipeout or a massive challenge. And I think philanthropic actors have to ask themselves the question, can we contribute to that, and in which forms? And the most reassuring forms with precise outcome and KPIs may not simply always be possible. So there is this question, do you trust? Who do you trust? On which basis do you trust? That you have to look into it. And I sometimes feel philanthropy is more and more also interested in ever more complex and interesting, innovative model, but innovation shouldn't become a self-driver. Innovation must create bigger impact, and they very often can. It was fantastic to see some of the examples yesterday in India on AI and health. So I think it's fantastic. I don't want to belittle it at all, but it cannot be a self-runner. And then we really need to talk between communities who don't speak the same language. Frankly, a humanitarian organization and a multinational bank, it's almost two different languages. So it's quite a translation effort to try to understand each other's concepts, our KPIs, our regulatory requirements. Can a bank go into a region which is held by non-state armed groups? From a risk perspective, from a political perspective, can they even go there? Can they control what is happening? And yet, we work, if I take that as an example, with a lot of the international financial institutions, because they realize we cannot wait for development to take place once war stops. It's also development taking place inside war zones that can help regain stability. So I think we have to totally rethink also these different worlds between the humanitarian world, the development world, the philanthropy world. And I think there are many models, and one model I think where philanthropy can really come also in is the de-risking. We have, I mentioned it earlier, a big water project. But sometimes for the World Bank then to come in with, say, 60 million, which perhaps for it needs a smaller, more agile actor that perhaps pays for the feasibility study, etc., that puts down 1 million, 2 million. And I think philanthropy can galvanize through catalytic engagement a larger impact. And I hope that some of you will consider to go into these areas. Lastly, I think what I just one word, when I sort of listened to the conversation at the question on the first day is what are the Asian characteristics of Asian philanthropy? And in a way, perhaps also as a new model, new thinking compared to the more traditional philanthropy that has happened in the West. And what I sort of heard and what I hope to see emerge is, of course, a very much a people-centered approach that really starts with the people. I think a green approach, a self-reflective and humble approach that reflects Asian philosophy and wisdom. I think there is a number of these elements that could really, and I think an ambitious and global Asian philanthropy. I heard it also, of course it will often concentrate in Asia, but if you look at the importance, the growth, the Asian century, I actually hope that Asian philanthropy will transcend, and we see it happening Asia and become a very strong force for good globally. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and really important to distill those different ways of approaching philanthropy that are open and innovative and embracing of new ideas and flexible. Shivani, I'd like to turn to you to pick up on that question regarding the kinds of tools. Wondering how the Skoll Foundation is thinking about different types of capital that can be deployed under dynamic circumstances and making sure that they're appropriate and fitting the circumstances and the needs of communities. And then also how you're thinking about, picking up on Balthazar's point about monitoring and data collection and how to really understand what impact you're having and then also be able to share that data with others to inform their work.
Yeah, thank you. Just to build on what Balthazar said, and I think, you know, for us, one of the things that's been really important is understanding the context in which we're funding. We are all part of, I mean, we're here as a part of a network of philanthropists and philanthropy in the ecosystem, and we each have, as capital allocators, constraints, and so acknowledging those constraints are important, but like thinking how much you can each push against those constraints within the context of who we're trying to fund. So if we're trying to fund a social entrepreneur or innovator in India, and they have restricted funding from CSR funding, then we think about, okay, how can we match that with the most flexible kind of capital that can complement that and enable the holistic view of those desired outcomes and intent that innovator has. So thinking about the context and each of us as sort of part of the network and acknowledging that we may have constraints, but how can we then piece together and do our part is something that we do think about a lot in terms of collaboration. So collaboration as a tool in having that sort of mindset and orientation and context is one thing. The other is the full balance sheet of capital that we have at our disposal. So in addition to grants and how we deploy those grants, also looking at how we use catalytic funding investments, investments through our endowment, through mission-aligned investments, program-related investments, things that can then, in the similar vein, maybe de-risk or unlock further institutional capital down the line, or prove out the viability of these new models and business models that we're seeing, at least in our portfolio, that need that capital sort of to say, hey, yeah, we'll take a bet and we'll help invite others to hopefully crowd in more kind of funding. On the measurement piece, I think we really do need a rethinking of how we evaluate and reflect on impact. If we're looking at, we need more models that look at adaptability and long-term thinking, both in how we do the work, but how we understand impact. So I don't have the golden ticket here or the silver bullet, but I think we need more models for that. And one thing that has helped us within the Skoll Foundation, we've been in a position to do is sort of shift our notion of, we need accountability, I think that's for sure, but shifting our orientation from evaluation to learning and really trying to to ask our portfolio organizations, you're in the front lines, what are your desired outcomes? How are you meeting those? What's challenging in meeting those? What are you no doubt pivoting and having to move around and navigate because this work is dynamic, these systems are dynamic, and trying to be in constant conversation as a part of understanding that.
Great. Are there any platforms for that kind of knowledge sharing now? And if so, how could you foresee those being both scaled, accessible, but also adaptive to other environments, other contexts, understanding this region is so dynamic and so diverse as are other countries around the world. And so how are you thinking about that, and how can we really amplify and support that knowledge sharing more systemically?
Yeah, this is something that we're thinking a lot about too. There's so much knowledge that sits in so many foundations and organizations who work with, do this work in the social impact space, and we are looking at the role that technology and AI can play. Building on a really interesting effort by India Development Review, they have a solution called IDR Answers. I think you can go to that website, IDR Answers, and it is basically a AI-driven sort of portal to be able to ask questions that leverage the information and the archives of India's Development Review. And we have been looking across the ecosystem to say, can we extend that and have sort of connected knowledge spaces that can then have maybe one portal that allows for this sort of knowledge sharing, but access to both the doers and funders in the space. So still a work in progress, but I think there's huge potential there.
Great. In our few minutes left, I'd like to dig into partnerships a little bit more and what that looks like in real terms. It was interesting, a few months ago, we were at the World Health Assembly, and there were increasing number of conversations where there were references to, rather than PPPs, which have been discussed a lot, but PPPs, being public, private, and philanthropic partnerships, and that being a real focal point and reorientation of focus toward philanthropy. And so I'm wondering, from your perspectives, what does that really look like in practice? And understanding, and you've all mentioned it, there needs to be trust. Relationships are hard. We are in a competitive environment. And when you're thinking about not only fostering relationships with new partners, but working together in a dynamic and complex environment in the turbulent world that we live in, what does that look like for you? And how, if you can provide some concrete examples of ways you're thinking about that, and some maybe even unlikely bedfellows, so to speak, that are manifesting as you do this work and you deepen the partnerships that you have with your organizations.
Larry, I know you were instrumental in driving some of these partnerships in the United States.
Yeah,
at least.
thank you. So I think the first thing I want to say is, I mean, I said it myself, right? It's really hard to do. One of the things that make us hardest to do is how much time we spend saying how hard it is to do it, right? So we do create a mindset that makes it very hard. A second thing is a framing issue, which is, we would often be trying to partner with, and we did actually partnerships that would be public, private, and philanthropic, or one or the other. But in all cases, what you found was the people in each organization, they'd framed it as there's my organization and your organization. And that made it harder. And you'd say, you know what, if like our people left, we would actually probably hire their people to be on our staff. So why don't we just pretend that we're all one organization to start? Because, you're doing partnerships within your organizations, right? In any program, you've got multiple people working on it, and they're working with each other and figuring out how to work together. And so in some sense, it's not as hard as we make it out for that reason. I think the dispersal of decision-making power within each organization is a problem. So that means within each organization, you've got to come to an agreement that somebody's going to be delegated the ability to make the decisions on the line. And so, that comes from the CEO with support of the board to really give the staff the power to move forward in ways that may be a little uncomfortable for the organization. So that becomes really critical. And if you can kind of achieve those kinds of things, and as I say, evaluation and measurement is really important, but we often let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So if we're too focused on not just making sure that we know exactly what we're accomplishing, but that we know what we're accomplishing within that partnership, again, all of these are the things that make it really hard. So kind of loosening up the joints a little, having a little bit of faith in your people is more likely to make more progress than trying really hard to control those outcomes. And at the end of the day, I think those are the things. It's not magic, it's just people and really creating the environment in which you trust your staff, you let them do the kind of work that they can do. It won't always be perfect, but it won't always achieve as much as you might have hoped, but it's more likely to achieve more than if you try and really force it.
Thank you for that. And Balthazar, what are you seeing in your work?
I think in our work, it's really the sort of key partners in most conflict zones are the national societies of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, 190 of them, and in many contexts, they are really, of course, very active at the grassroots level, at the local level, and I think we have this fantastic opportunity to be, on one hand, as local as possible in our action, but also as international as necessary, because for certain functions in a war zone, it's difficult for local actors, and that's where the beauty of the complementarity comes in. Yet, sometimes, it's not always easy, the partnership. I think we all should try to put away our personal pride, our corporatist pride, to allow the kind of open and flexible attitude that Larry also mentioned. I think the way organizations are financed can drive collaboration, or they can drive competition. So I think you, as often the finances behind action, the way you frame your work can also help or make more difficult, actually, collaboration and competition. Lastly, I think in terms of our experience, as I alluded to, it's often really also trying to understand the other's language. If I think of the first humanitarian impact bond ever that was launched by the ICSC in 2017, you suddenly had around the table outcome finances, that it was on physical rehabilitation, that were actually donors. You had then private banks that gave the risk capital and hoped to make a small profit on it. You had the humanitarian actors, you had governments with whom we interacted. So this was pretty complex, and it was complex because people didn't necessarily speak the same language. So we have to become more plurilinguistic across sectors. And I think that's quite a challenge, and really try to be more flexible and open to make such complex but worthwhile efforts a reality.
Very well said. I love that, pluralistic across sectors. I think that's absolutely right. We are almost out of time, so we'll do a quick speed round. What's not being talked about? And when you think about, or what we haven't covered here that you'd like to shine a light on, when you think about the last few days, there have been so many incredible projects shared, insights communicated, on one-on-ones and in sessions like this. I'm curious, what are you going to take away that's really going to inform your work going forward? Shivani, I'll start with you, Larry, and then Balthazar, we'll end with you.
This comes back to sort of the personal work. I think this is hard. We're all trying to move with positive intent and come together. And I think just the importance of being here and just reflecting on how important it is just to connect and be in community, and to try to take care of ourselves as we go through this. I think we have to remind ourselves that that's important for those who we support and fund, but equally for ourselves, so that we can stay in this work.
Larry?
So I think I want to say two things. One will seem like a shameless self-promotion, but which is the importance of ideas. There has been a tendency in philanthropy, certainly in the US, to increasingly downplay funding to not just research, but really develop new thinking in favor of power building and movement building. And of course, those are important, but the most effective way to change how people act is to change how they think. And so the investment in ideas that change how people think, I think, is very important. And then the second, which also is true in different ways for different people, is the recognition that funding globally is really important also locally. So again, many of the conversations that I've had, at least with Asian philanthropists, and this is obviously not true for all of them, the focus is on wanting to bring benefits to the region. And that's, of course, important, and I'm not suggesting otherwise, but funding globally actually does have important return benefits for the region. The soft power that the US developed was very much attributable to US global philanthropy, which was in no way controlled by the government. It's just the relationships that get built, the goodwill that can be built, the connections that can be built are something to keep in mind as well when you're thinking about sort of the broad ambitions along the lines that the AVPN has been trying to promote.
Thank you. And Balthazar?
I take something home that in a way I already knew before coming, but it's reinforced. It's really this feeling that a lot of the solutions of tomorrow, be it in green technologies, be it in geopolitical trajectory, but also being in philanthropy. Of course, Asia, I look towards Asia as a non-Asian, as you can see, for solutions, and with hope that enormous positive energy will come from Asia globally for the world, and it gives me hope. And the second thing I take home is really, I heard so many times presenters on panels and events saying they were told it cannot be done. They were told it cannot be done, and they did it. And I think that's what we absolutely have to stick to. It can be done.
Very well said. Thank you to all of you, and thank you again to AVPN for bringing us all together. You're creating a phenomenal ecosystem. Best wishes to you all as you take this work forward.
Hope is a powerful feeling. Thank you for this thought-provoking discussion. Up next, we ask, how can companies move beyond traditional giving to drive lasting health impact? This session will show us how aligning global strategy with local health realities through power sharing, local leadership, and collaborative design can turn corporate action from transactional to truly transformational. Please welcome our panel of cross-sector leaders. The moderator for this panel is Sheena Agarwal, Vice President Operations Myriad USA, Wayne Yi Tan, Director Social Impact and Partnerships APAC at Johnson & Johnson Foundation, Cynthia McKinney, Director of Corporate and Foundation Relations at Project ECHO, and Daniel Kerma, Head of Strategic Partnerships at Novo Nordisk Foundation. A round of applause for the speakers, please.
Good morning. I'm glad to see there's still quite a few of us here. I know it's been a long week, a lot of networking, but it's been such a fantastic opportunity to connect, to be back in Asia for those of us who are coming from outside. And thanks again to AVPN, as always, for creating this space for the conversation. That was such a fantastic panel, and they took a lot of our talking points. So, I almost wanted them to join us as well, because we started talking about collaboration in that session, and I think that's a good primer for what we want to talk about here. But just a quick little intro on myself. I'm Sheena Agarwal, Chief Partnerships Officer at Myriad USA. And we are a US-based public charity that supports US donors in their international giving across the globe. And so we work with corporates and their foundations and all kinds of US donors who want to make impact globally. And so that work is fundamentally rooted in partnership. And so we're always excited to be part of kind of that thought leadership and thinking about how collaboration can be done better. So I'm excited for today's panel. We have a powerhouse of women leaders who are leading collaborations in their own space when it comes to health impact work. And we've got everybody's titles up here, but please do say a few words on your work as you start to respond to some of these questions so that we can share a little bit more about what you do. And so I think, just to jump in, when we think about philanthropy as a tool for facilitation, there's a lot more than just the transfer of capital, right? A lot of times we're caring deeply about how partnerships are rooted in local impact, how they're partnering with a lot of local leaders that build trust, and we know that that's critical for sustained impact. But for health, in particular, I'd say there's even more on the line, because a lot of times these are life-saving initiatives. And so building the right kinds of collaborations are critical. And so we're gonna jump in and kind of get a sense of how some of these models and structures drive impact with our panelists today. And let's have a conversation, right? I think we all know each other well. If any of you feel inspired to respond to each other, let's do that. I'm here to keep us on time and make sure we don't go totally off track, but otherwise, you guys are the experts, so please feel free to take it in the direction that makes sense. just starting off a little bit on frameworks, because I think we have 3 very unique frameworks on stage today. I want to talk about how structure actually helps to drive social impact models. So Wenyi, starting with you, walk us a little bit through Johnson & Johnson's corporate social impact model around health impact. So kind of how do your teams work? How do you build that structure at J&J, and how does that help you achieve success?
Thanks, Gina. Good morning, everyone. So at J&J, we're looking to solve, as a company, some of the world's most pressing health challenges. But I think we can all agree that health is something that is necessary for everyone, and everyone has an equal access and right to it, needs to have access and right to it. One of the problems that we do see is that there are still pressing inequalities in health, and that is exacerbated by a shortfall in health workers worldwide. So if you're thinking about places where communities are underserved in a health setting, more likely than not, the first person that they see is a community health worker, not a doctor, not a surgeon, but a community health worker or a nurse in their setting. And that's why, from our social impact standpoint, what we look to do is to support and champion these community health workers and nurses who are at the very forefront of the lines of care. And how we do it from a structural standpoint is an interesting one, because I think what we realize is we really do need to be in communication and be guided almost by those who are doing that work. We have local teams, so Asia Pacific, we have teams in Asia Pacific, in Latin America, in EMEA, but we also have a global team that helps look across what we do and think about it from a more specific manner. One of the great things of being in a health company is that if I had a question about something in mental health, in neuroscience, there are hundreds of psychiatrists that I can turn to, and we do go to them. So in an earlier panel that talks about tools, one of the tools that we are able to use is impact investing alongside the grants that we do. In impact investing, especially when looking at deals, it's really lovely to be able to go to a country and say, hey, we have a business there. Can I talk to the people who understand the market? Can I talk to the people who are able to give me insight on what the technologies are, what the regulatory approaches are? And that, I think, helps to bring together the whole company into what we're trying to do here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I see that a lot with kind of the way that US headquartered corporations and foundations tend to be structured, which goes to the model itself. But I think what's interesting here with Danielle and Novo Nordisk Foundation is you all have kind of a different setup entirely. And news to me, it kind of shows that my experience is rooted in US philanthropy, but this is common in Europe to have an enterprise foundation, which is how you talk about yourself. It's the first time I've heard that, and I think it would be great to just hear a little bit about what that means and how that structure itself drives your social impact model.
Thank you. And first, I really would like to thank Nena and team for putting us up here, giving us the opportunity to talk. It's amazing to meet you all, and well, thanks for that. An enterprise foundation, so I guess most of you are familiar with corporate foundations. I mean, a very common US model. Enterprise foundations is a type of model that's very common in Europe, especially in Denmark, where we're based. The Novo Nordisk Foundation is a Denmark-based foundation. We're about 100 years old. We have been very Denmark-centric for the almost last 100 years. We are in the process of becoming an international foundation. We're really socializing this model becomes more and more important to really make sure we are well understood as a partner. And also, I think to really build on this powerful model, which we call the Enterprise Foundation. So what's the difference between a corporate foundation and an enterprise foundation? So it's quite simple. We own corporations, so we are the controlling shareholders of a number of companies, both big and small. And so how does this serve the sector? Like, how do we add to public good? So there are certain principles or values that we really translate through our activities, both on the philanthropic side and the commercial side of things. So we adopt a values-based approach, and where you probably, I mean, you're probably all shareholders in one way or the other, so you're very interested in making profit. So the difference here is that it's not only profit that's driving the activities of those corporations, but it's a set of principles that are basically come from the foundation. And if you think about Novo Nordisk, it's the biggest company we own, so you probably know it. Like one of the principles is we want to decrease the burden of cardiometabolic disease in the world. And of course, the company, I mean, you probably all know as well. I mean, we do sell drugs. They have been selling themselves pretty well, so you probably know that as well. But in addition to that, there's a corporate social responsibility, and there are other activities. So you might also know the World Diabetes Foundation, for example. That foundation is entirely funded by the Novo Nordisk, the company. So I think the difference is how we think about the ecosystem. So while there is this foundation, we as then the Novo Nordisk Foundation, we then interact again with different initiatives, both of the company and activities they do to really think about the ecosystem and bringing these elements together. And I'm happy to answer more questions. I'm getting asked about this very often, and even after, I'm happy to talk a bit more about it.
Thank you. And I think just giving a sense of the different ways that corporates and their foundations are thinking about social impact and reconciling the bottom line with kind of values-based approaches is what's interesting here. And Cynthia, coming as a kind of program implementer in the ecosystem, you've talked about your organization as being more than just an implementer, but a systems orchestrator, which I think is a fabulous way to talk about where you're positioned. Tell us a little bit about what that means, and particularly how does that kind of play out when you're thinking about and aligning with funders and hyperlocal organizations in your work?
Sure, and I first want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'll start with talking a little bit about the ECHO model itself, and then I'll give a couple of examples of corporate partnerships that will hopefully help bring that to life. So our mission at Project ECHO is to share medical knowledge by connecting frontline health workers in rural and underserved communities with experts through virtual communities of practice. These are regular sessions. They meet regularly, allowing local providers to present real cases, gain insights, build confidence, not just through knowledge, but through ongoing telementoring. That mentorship and peer support is incredibly important and is really what differentiates the ECHO model from one-off trainings. Just like a medical fellowship, ECHO replicates that process, but virtually, allowing clinicians to join wherever they're at. And this deep building of expertise bridges the gap between knowing what to do and having the confidence to actually do it. Today, ECHO operates in over 70 countries, addressing over 70 disease areas through over 1,500 local partners. These partners are ministries of health, who are obviously critical stakeholders in driving long-term sustainability, academic institutions and hospitals, who have the medical expertise, NGOs and other local leaders that drive the scalable and sustainable impact. But none of this would be possible without support from our corporate and foundation partners, key stakeholders in this ecosystem, especially in a time of shrinking public funding. A great example is our partnership with Johnson & Johnson Foundation. In 2021, at the height of the pandemic, with support from the Johnson & Johnson Foundation, we partnered with India's Directorate of Public Health to train over 2,200 ASHA workers, which I think most of you know are community health workers, nurses, and other frontline health workers in COVID-19 preparedness and response. These are essential workers who needed support not only to contain the pandemic, but to continue delivering basic health services under extraordinary stress. These health workers assess the training to be of the utmost importance to and relevance to their work. That program's success has led to a multi-year expansion of the partnership starting in 2023. We're now scaling to 15 states, training 5,000 frontline health workers, and addressing priorities like maternal child health, palliative care, non-communicable diseases. Another example of our partnership is with MSD Foundation. The focus there is on cancer and for 4 countries in Asia Pacific. But I want to just kind of highlight what we're doing in Indonesia. There, we started in cancer, but the ministry, obviously as a key stakeholder in engaging them, realized pretty quickly that we could actually help them. They saw that we were helping them reduce their cost, build the capacity with speed, scale, and they asked us if we would partner with them to address all 10 of their priority areas. So we've expanded our partnership with them. We signed an MOU, and we are now simply their capacity building partner to bring access across the over 11,000 inhabited islands.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And I think it helps to illustrate kind of on the ground the differences in some of these diverse Asian markets where approaches need to be thoughtful and customized to what the realities are, and kind of bridging that with our corporate and foundation partners on the panel today. You obviously have to reconcile a global CSR strategy and social impact strategy across the globe with hyper-local solutions, right? And we know in Asia in particular, diversity is the backbone of the region, and you cannot kind of go into collaborations and partnerships without thinking about that, without contextualizing that. Otherwise, we know it's going to fail. So maybe Winnie, starting with you, how do you at J&J reconcile a global strategy with hyper-local needs?
Slowly. Actually, it's a happy coincidence that Cynthia's here today with us on the panel, and I'm glad because one of the ways in which we've found to be really effective to ensure that our global stakeholders who have so much on their minds, right? It's much easier for them if I can simplify a message, say this is exactly the same right here in India as it is as we're doing in Rio or as you're doing in Kenya. That would be the simplest message. But the truth is that we do want the nuances to shine, and we do think that there is real value and real need to allow our approaches to address whatever the local needs are. One of those ways is by bringing people to where communities are, or bringing communities to us. I think, one example is going to visit with Echo India. There, some of our very senior stakeholders were incredibly impressed because they were just observing from the back of the room what a community session looked like. Cynthia's described it, but the simplest way it's been described to me has been, think about it as drip irrigation learning. Instead of taking all the training all at once, you're doing it over a series of time. And you're doing it in a way where your teachers speak, but that's just half the session. The other half the session, you're hearing voices from the ground, and you're getting people and the actual local perspective of community health workers saying, I went there, and then I saw this, and this is how I responded. Is that right? Is that wrong? How should I do it differently? And having that power of hearing other community health workers who've just received training as well, all in that same room, and having them being able to say to each other, oh, but when I was in this village, this is this other thing that I tried, and that seemed to work better. That level of local sharing that is then shared back to a global stakeholder is incredibly rich, and one that I think helps to bridge that. It's not a divide, but it's just a reality that we live in, right?
Yeah, that listening is really critical, and maybe just to ask to push that a little further. Do you find that you front load a lot of those conversations, or is it something that you continue to do as you build partnerships, as you start implementing programs? How does that kind of feed back into your strategy and how you move forward in some of your initiatives?
Yeah, I think that it is definitely one of those things that while we'd love to front load it, it works best as we when we are able to build out as we go along, because I think every partner is just slightly different. For some, it is an incredible burden for us to show up, and maybe it's not right for us to show up. For others, it's fine, and it's something that we can do together. One other example, I think, where it works really well to think through a global/local dichotomy is where when issues are super interlinked. So for example, because we work with community health workers and nurses, they don't just see one health issue at a time. Someone, I think it was a minister in India who was saying, you know, we are giving out training in packages, but patients, they don't come to us in packages. They don't come to us saying, I just have this. They come saying, I have this, that, and the other. And especially when it's that way, asking for what they think solutions might be has been a powerful way of understanding better. So one of the best things that I've seen within my time at J&J is supporting the Nurse Hack for Health effort, where nurse leaders around the world are brought together to identify challenges that they face in their settings and to come up with those solutions and to pitch for funding to try those solutions out where they are. And that actually, I think, has been one of the ways in which we get a lot closer to challenges where they are.
Makes sense. Danielle, what do you think? Does that resonate with anything that you do, or do you do things differently?
Well, I mean, we certainly do things differently, but I think we all, in the end of the day, care about the local impact, and we realize that we really, if you don't engage the players that understand the local ecosystem very closely, there is no impact. I mean, you will miss the point, for sure. And so the way we do this, one of the ways is that we basically have regional offices where we really make sure we hire key people from the region that are very well networked, that understand in depth the local ecosystem, that helps us basically to translate some of the ideas that, of course, a lot of it is cooked up as well in Denmark, but I think then is taken through so much scrutiny and really also the local contexts that hopefully we're able with that to build up solutions that work locally, and also with the people that in the end of the day are responsible. And I think what we all witness right now with the cuts and the impact that has, and for us, a big foundation, one of the things that's important as well, of course, is sustainability. How do we make sure that we don't just create dependencies? I mean, that's the bottom line, and I think, again, the engagement, long-term vision and engagement of local players. And I mean, I mentioned briefly the ecosystems approach we're adopting, and as an enterprise foundation, we actually don't distinguish so much between the different types of players. You know, I mean, it was mentioned several times this morning that when we think about the philanthropic sector, we like sometimes to stay within our circles. Like, this is like stakeholders we feel comfortable about, like we think alike, but actually we try to understand the issues and try to understand who actually needs to sit at the table. And it doesn't really matter whether this is like community workers or corporations or academics. We bring them all together, or government players. And I think that's extremely important when you think about the solution to a problem, to identify all the elements, bring them together, and anchor them locally. And so we do that through like the way we handle or we staff and operate our regional offices, for sure. And then again, I mean, I mentioned the World Diabetes Foundation as an example. I mean, they're very active in the prevention and management of diabetes, especially in low and middle income countries. And they are very locally integrated. So they work very closely with community organizations, with patient organizations, just the local players. And for us to interact again with them and think through solutions makes all those solutions quite local. And I mean, that's how we've been doing it, and I think it works quite well.
Yeah, I mean, both of you are picking up on just the need for conversation, that you're not going in with assumptions, you're listening to the local communities, you're building them into the model. And we know this, but I think having it be an intentional part of strategy, having it be an intentional part of what you end up moving forward with and not is really critical, so that those feedback loops kind of perpetuate the work that you do. I'm also kind of curious if where we are now is where it's always been when it comes to partnerships. Have things changed over the decades of health work in the region? And so Cynthia, maybe since you've sort of had to work with both funders and hyperlocal organizations and governments and ministries, you've kind of seen multi-stakeholder collaboration happen in many ways. Have you seen an evolution, and have you seen it in a good way, or any misaligned partnerships that you've kind of seen and been part of that you've wanted to distance yourself from because it hasn't been moving in the right way?
That's a great question, and yes, and yes. To date, I've been in this, I joined Ashoka almost 20 years ago to lead the first partnership between a nonprofit and a corporation. And in those days, really, it was worlds apart from what it is today. CSR, corporate social responsibility, was really an appendage of the business. It wasn't connected in any way, shape, or form to the core business. That's really what we've seen the biggest change be over the course of these last almost 20 years is, starting off with probably just not really authentic, I would say, and people realizing it wasn't authentic. Corporations themselves wanting to learn and evolve. And so, in the beginning, what was really transactional and really much more of a Band-Aid, corporations and corporate foundations are starting to really want to see the systems change. They want to have a lasting effect. They don't want to just, give money and then it goes into a bottomless pit. And so really what's most meaningful is that change, going from that transactional short-term initiatives to the long-term systems change. So in any case, yes, lots of change over the last 20 years. And yes, we've turned away partnerships. Misalignment isn't just about objectives, it's about values. And our corporate partners are successful because of that shared value. ECHO thrives because it's a trusted human network. Clinicians participate and governments partner with us because they know there's not going to be any conflict of interest. So that trust, and I heard it in the previous panel as well, that trust is sacred.
Yeah, and I Wendy and Danielle, I'm kind of curious how trust and values are defined and centered in the way that you build those partnerships then. Have those values evolved at your respective entities? Has that changed the way that you've started to think about who you need, how you work with them, maybe an exit plan? How do you set those partners up for success? Any kind of reflections on what Cynthia shared?
Well, I already mentioned the thinking about sustainability, what's really the local engagement, but maybe as a quite large foundation, one of the things that has definitely changed is, when you have the capacity to go fast and just develop an idea and think, okay, we will drive this idea and we do it no matter what. I think we have changed in that because, first of all, and that was mentioned earlier today, that the issues today are so big and complex. I think even the biggest ones of us realized that none of us can do it alone. We all depend on mobilizing, literally, others to solve those issues. And then also, I think, and that's true, particularly for big foundations, is and I think many of us also have that reputation that, well, we just, our way or the highway. And I think we have really changed in that now we realize if we don't partner, if we don't listen, and if we don't adapt also our strategies to the gaps and local demands, and also really carefully listen to our partners and partner seriously, not just ask other organizations, so this is our plan, do you want to hop on board? I think we realize that the impact stays quite limited if we keep on doing this. So I would definitely say there has been a great shift in how large foundations operate and think about partnerships. It was mentioned earlier today as well that the way we operate strategically, I think we all have become much more strategic. I mean, we put real effort into understanding the issue and deeply understanding the issue and understanding, so who needs to be there, like what's the approach, how do we actually try to solve this? And then naturally, you will need others because you will not be able to do it on your own. So I would say yes, there is much more local engagement, even with like big organizations that are based somewhere. There is more authentic partnership efforts. There's more listening, I would say. And there's more co-development as well. I mean, we don't even, as a big foundation, we don't just develop our initiatives alone anymore. And all these, I think, are really critical and important developments.
No, I like that, and I think the conversations are always about trust-based giving, shifting power, localizing solutions, but it can be jargon if it's not, kind of centered in the way that you actually collaborate and transfer that power. So I think that's really insightful. Yeah, Wenyi, what are your reactions? Have you seen Johnson & Johnson evolve in the way that you look at your partnership work, and any thoughts there?
Yeah, and I think one of the things I'd be keen to maybe throw back at you is that how have you seen it evolve? Because Myriad is a partner of ours and one that we rely on. Picking up on the word trust earlier, one thing I've been reflecting on is how, when I think about trust, I think about it both in terms of the individuals that work at organizations, so the people that I work with day to day and have conversations with, and have maybe a late night email that I go, apologize, I'm really sorry, but what was that thing again? But also the trust at the organizational level. I think very much both are important and necessary, but both don't always go hand in hand. And that's one place where I personally have been learning, how do we build up that trust, both organization to organization, but also at an individual level. For me, trust shows up when the partner I work with is able to have a frank conversation with me and say, hey, it's not going well. When I hear that, actually, a part of me celebrates because we've built enough trust that they can come and say, hey, it's not going well. And then hopefully I respond to grow that trust by asking, what can we do about it? How can we be supportive? Or, maybe it's nothing, maybe just hearing you out and saying, okay, it's not going very well. So I feel like those partnerships and trusts have evolved over time, mostly because we recognize, Danielle, like just you're saying, we recognize that we need to learn alongside so much more. There's so much more appetite to spend time to say, help us understand the nitty-gritty of what makes this program work or not. Tell us where it is at the government levels that you're getting permission or not. Help us see how we can elevate your work in other ways. I think this is something for me a bit more, something that I haven't done as much, and I feel like I need to do a lot more of on my own at least, to say, these are our partners, and yes, we are supporting them financially through the grants or through an investment, but who else can I connect them to? How can I be helpful? Can we make introductions? Can we lay a path for them? Can we help share, in some cases, information with other funders that will help other funders' decision-making processes perhaps be a bit shorter?
Yeah, I like that. And it also kind of begs, for me, the question, do you feel like you can still be agile enough to pivot if you get bad feedback from a partner, if things aren't aligning with such large companies and foundations like the two of you on stage? How easy is it to pivot? You have leadership and councils and management structures. Give us a little bit of that reality, I think. Danielle.
Well, the pivoting for sure is not super easy. I mean, I'm brutally honest here. I think we have a slight advantage that even though we are a big foundation, we are still fairly small in terms of like our staff size. so everyone knows everybody, and we can fairly quickly still pivot, and we have done that in the past, actually. So my suspicion is we won't be able to do that as quickly anymore in a few years because we're growing. And I mean, I mentioned in the beginning that we're really at the cusp of becoming a global actor. So we are in a mode of transitioning. We are in a mode of listening as well. So we are almost set up to pivot at the moment. So this is really good. But of course, I mean, it is the larger the organization, it becomes difficult. I mean, there is no question. It's not easy. I think what's important here is that throughout continuously, there is like the information from the ground is kind of fed up consistently, that actually we don't realize way down the road, oh, I think we have to pivot. So, and I think that's really important also the way we're structured internally, that there is like, that things trickle up to the people that make those decisions, that kind of position the organization and think up and make the decisions. So we hope to keep those communication channels as functional as possible.
Yeah. Cynthia, do you feel like that reflects your reality? Because you're on the receiving end of that funding and having those conversations and escalating that up. Do you feel like that happens?
Yes and no. I actually think we have pretty amazing partners who are willing. I think that's one of the changes we've seen, going back to your previous question, where our partners want to be helpful. It's like making those introductions, doing more than just being the funder. And that's critical. That makes for just a much richer, much more strategic partnership. So I feel very lucky to work with funders who have that mindset.
Yeah. And I think it's becoming a kind of imperative at this point to do this work the right way.
Sheena, you didn't
please.
answer.
Go.
What are your thoughts?
Oh, you're turning it to me,
Yeah.
Wenyi. I'm supposed to ask the questions. No, putting me on the spot. I think it's a generous question because we, as an intermediary, kind of see all kinds of funders and all kinds of nonprofit partners and hear pain points on both sides. And I think somebody raised it in the last panel that they're kind of, and we've said it here, there's a bit of a values alignment, but I think even deeper than that, an ethos alignment that's needed because it's a very saturated sector. Many people do the same work and oftentimes are trying to do it in the same places. And so how do you really suss out who you want to work with and why that's important for your impact? And so I think the best partnerships that we've been part of have been ones that are ethos aligned, which for us means letting local knowledge and local expertise drive decisions. And as soon as that's part of that conversation, and it's not everywhere, but as soon as that's part of the core structure, we find that it's a really good synergy. So for us, that's what works. And we love working with J&J for that reason. But I think also just kind of looking at the future, and we've got a couple minutes, Cynthia, long term, you've seen different funders play into the health sector space. Do you think corporations have an important role to play? Are they important for health impact globally and in Asia? And why? Why or why not?
More important than ever. I think I mentioned that, we all know the present situation with much less public funding available. We have to be much more strategic. We have to focus on the priorities, in a sense, to save the most lives that we can and make lives better. And so corporations have a critical role to play in that. But I do think that they need to come to the table, and not them. I would say we all need to come to the table with more humility and with that systems change outlook. To really maximize the change and also so that we make sure that it's durable over time.
No, I like that. And kind of in that same vein for Danielle and Wenyi, what advice do you have as folks are thinking about developing strong collaborations in the health impact space? From your experience in the sector, what goes into strong partnerships? And also what to avoid. I think a big part of what we have to do as kind of infrastructure players is to help each other think through what is good alignment and how to approach that in an impactful way. So do you have advice for folks that are in this space and building that?
Well, maybe one of the things I could say is that, I mean, many of us are very different types of organizations, and I think to really understand your niche, your specific niche. So what can I do on my organization where we are really best placed and that nobody else can do? So almost like, where is that space where we are really needed and that we need to occupy? And I think, again, I mean, I'm coming back to this ecosystem. When you think about the ecosystem, that becomes even more important. And I'm glad also you asked this question about the role of the private sector or corporations. I mean, this is kind of the sweet spot for the enterprise foundations, is that we occupy a niche from the foundation point of view, that we can occupy the space that neither the private sector or the corporations that are responsible, like accountable to their shareholders, or government that like distributes public money, so to the taxpayers, where we can step in and say, okay, we de-risk, we do this or that none of you can do, and we get this started, and then we hand it over. And this is also, I mean, sustainability, I mentioned that several times, especially in the current context, I think we all woke up to this, is extremely important. So that's one of the advice I think I can give, that understand who you are and how you fit into the rest of the system. So maybe not only driven by the problem you're trying to solve and just go at it like in any possible way, but really understand, so where am I best placed? That's my advice.
Yeah, fantastic. Winnie?
I'd say, for me, what I've learned is that we need to not just listen, but listen and actually see it from the perspective of the different players involved. And to your point, Danielle, what is it that we can bring additionality to in a useful manner? And on top of that, I guess my personal one really is to celebrate the boring. Sometimes it's boring not to talk about the super innovation or AI or whatever it is, but there's a lot of really good, boring work that needs to be done in the beginning before to build on. So that would be it.
Focus on the boring. I like it. That's the parting message. No, we're at time, so we have to wrap it up, but I really appreciate all three of you sharing your expertise and experience. And it's important to remember that these things do evolve, and to learn from our peers when it comes to building strong collaborations and partnerships. We can't do the work alone. We know that. It's dangerous to try and think we can. So how can we be more collaborative in everything we do? Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for an insightful and enriching conversation. Continuing with the theme of health, we turn to the big question: how do we safeguard both people and the planet in the face of escalating health and environmental crisis? This session on planetary health introduces us to the power of living systems thinking, recognizing that human, ecological, and economic health are deeply interconnected. You will hear from innovators and thought leaders driving cross-sector strategies to restore ecosystem, improve public health, and strengthen community resilience. Together, they'll show us how aligning investments and interventions with planetary health principles can deliver solutions that not only sustain life today, but regenerate it for generations to come. Please join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage. The moderator for this panel will be Leslie Johnston, Chief Executive Officer of Laudes Foundation. She is joined by Sarah Lake, CEO of Tilt Collective, Deborah Bordeaux, Chief International Affairs Officer at Buddhist Tzu Chi Charity Foundation, and Si Ping La, Program Director, Sequoia Climate Foundation. A warm applause for the speakers and moderator, please.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I have the unenviable task to moderate a really exciting discussion right before lunch. So I hope that this keeps you all interested because it's a very important topic. My name is Leslie. I run a foundation called Loudest Foundation, which is very much focused on this intersection of climate, nature, and people. And the topic that we want to talk about today is indeed that intersection, because the title of this is around living systems, but really what it's about is the interconnectedness of all of us. And I'm very pleased to have an incredible panel. I'm going to tell you one thing to spice it up a bit. There's some fun facts about this panel, because one of our panelists has eaten a whole tarantula. One is originally from Hong Kong, but is rarely here. And one almost got killed on a Parisian highway by a truck that basically ran into the side of the car, but survived. So I'll keep it for you to figure out who is who. So let me just start with a little bit of context, because this session is about living systems. What we really want to talk about is that interconnectedness and how this all fits together in order for us to work as investors for impact toward a planet that is safe, renewable, regenerative. But I want to start with some bad news, because I think as the first panel said, and I think the panel about philanthropy in this turbulent world said it very well, it's a really challenging world. And actually just 6 days ago, yet another report came out about how we are transgressing our planetary boundaries. Has anyone seen that? Yeah? Hi, Heather. It's a report that's from the Potsdam Institute that's actually focused on land and land use. And this is really important because we've already transgressed 6 of our 9 planetary boundaries. So please look that up. It's very scary, but it also tells us how important it is that we get this right, because land use and climate and nature and people and livelihoods and growth and economic and dignity all fit together. So with that, let me just very quickly introduce our panelists, and then we're going to start with a round of questions. And as I said, I'm not going to tell you who the fun facts refer to, so you have to guess that. But our first panelist is Deborah Boudreau, pronounced the American way, so I don't have to practice my French, thank you. And Deborah is the Chief International Affairs Officer and former CEO of the Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation. Really proud to have her here. She has almost 40 years of leadership in humanitarian missions, public health, and interfaith collaboration. She's received many awards, I'll let her tell you about those. And she lives the teachings of the Dharma Master Cheng Yen, gratitude, respect, and love. So wonderful to have you here, Deborah. We also have Sarah Lake, who's the CEO of the Tilt Collective, and in all honesty is a partner of Loudest Foundation, because we are funding you guys. You're very new. You can talk a little bit about what you're doing. And Tilt is a nonprofit that's advocating for a sustainable, healthy food system for all, doing fantastic transformative work. She also co-founded Madhya Brava, which is an advocacy organization working to elevate the protein transition as a critical climate solution, and has a PhD. So Dr. Lake is next to me. I'll let you guess on the fun fact, but she works in food, so that's a hint. Siping Lo, welcome. Siping is the program director at Sequoia Climate Foundation, leading grant-making portfolios across China and Southeast Asia. Previously, he was the CEO of the Worldwide Fund for Nature in China, WWF, and has served in top leadership roles across numerous environmental organizations such as Greenpeace, Friends of Nature, and many more. So welcome, Siping. So let's get started. So this is a discussion we're going to have in 3 parts. And what I'd like to do is start with the why. Why are we talking about this? Why do we feel a holistic approach that pieces together this is needed? So let me start with Sarah. And Sarah, as I mentioned, your Tilt Collective organization is relatively new, and you're working to transform the global food industry, or food system. Why? Well, first of all, why food? Why is it important to incorporate a living systems lens to the work you do in food? And how can food impact planetary health? What's the link?
Thanks for the question, Leslie. So Tilt Collective is a relatively new philanthropy, and we focus on the question of how food can help us solve many of the interlocking crises that we face. So as you're mentioning, we've passed several of the planetary boundaries, 6 to be specific, and are near on others. And food is actually at the heart of many of these. But we don't always think about it in that way. We talk about sustainable production, or we talk about livelihoods, or we talk about nutrition. But a lot of this comes back to food. And so we at Tilt look at how food can be the solution to many of the challenges that we face. So we know that food is driving a third of all climate change. It's also one of the leading causes of preventable disease, obesity and diabetes and heart disease. It's also one of the largest users of fresh water. And so what we look at is the question of how can food help us address both climate solutions, health solutions, and economic solutions all at the same time. When you start from the point of asking how can we create the most benefit, have the greatest impact, which I think many of us are here for that reason, trying to create the biggest impact, but do it without thinking in silos, food emerges as one of those top solutions. And within that, what we specifically look at is that our current food system is characterized largely by two main things. The first is heavily processed food. We know it, we all love it, it's delicious, and it's not necessarily good for us. We're eating far more processed food than we should. But the second main characteristic of our food system is eating far more animal protein than we need to for our nutrition. And we often think about this in places like the US, where I'm from, but even in other regions, we're seeing exponential growth in meat consumption. Even in countries like Thailand, new studies show that the average person in Thailand is eating 3 times the recommended amount of red meat. So this is not sustainable either for health or for the climate. So we ask the question of what does it look like to shift towards a more plant-rich food system? How can we meet future protein needs by increasing the consumption of plants rather than our current approach, which is heavily resource intensive? So I think in the most simple terms, the fundamental question is we need to feed 10 billion people, and we have to do it using less land, less water, and less resources. And if you start from that point, it's clear the answer comes to let's look at what food we're producing and how can we shift towards foods that are more efficient in their production, which leads you to a more plant-rich system.
I love that. And I do love ultra-processed food, I have to say. I'm a big Pringles fan, so we can't eat that stuff. But I think what you point out is something that's very important, and that's very relevant to your work, Deborah, which is working in equilibrium and balance. And when I think of the work that you're leading at the foundation, you talk about in the foundation environmental protection with the goal of living in harmony with Mother Earth. And would love to know, well, why is that important to the foundation, and what does that actually mean?
Thank you, Leslie, and thank you, Sarah. I think it's all combined together. When we talk about ecosystem, we talk about food. Honestly, let's think about the nature. The nature is our key. We're sitting here today, as our founder, Dharma Master Zheng Yan, indicate, coexist with the earth. Harmony with Mother Earth is not just a philosophy. It's a survival. She reminds us, when we damage the environment, as a matter of fact, we're hurting ourselves. To us, the plenary health means recognizing that human well-being and ecological well-being are the one. Human well-being, ecological well-being are the one. We see so many climate situations, land loss, pollution, deforestation, directly leading to disasters, displacement, and health crisis. Living in harmony with nature is not just a spiritual practice. Buddha Tzu Chi Foundation is a faith-based organization. But this is a humanitarian necessity. Caring for the planet is caring for people, especially those most vulnerable who suffer first and most from environmental harm. We put this principle into several actions. Today, I really want to share very briefly as a faith-based organization for past 59 years, heading to 60. Dharma Master Zheng Yan promote circular economy and zero waste. Mobilize volunteers worldwide to reduce, recycle, and repurpose, such as turning recycled PET bottles into eco-blanket distributed during the disaster zones. We talk about food. Sarah indicate plant-based lifestyle, promoting a plant-based diet through initiative, Very Veggie Movement, and VO2 meal box. I always joke around. VO2, reduce CO2, equals HO2, because that's a healthy diet. So we encourage the community, working with local community partners, such as farmers, education, and from all the way South Africa to Nepal, India, Sri Lanka, and even recently, my hometown, Hualien, to integrate the sustainable farming, water conservation, and education into daily life practice. Now, I'm so happy I have the opportunity to come in this global advocacy, bringing the grassroots to international platform like AVPN and United Nations to share the policy, to share the inspire collective action. So harmony is coexist, and it's listen to the earth needs and acting with respect, gratitude, and love. Every small action of care is both an environmental actions and also demonstrate humanitarian compassionate. Protecting earth is protecting life, you, me, him. And this is the way for Buddha Tzu Chi. We carry out our humanitarian works along with the plenary health, the key principle, respect, gratitude, love, and listen to the earth needs.
Wonderful, thank you. And I love that, thank you. Yeah, round of applause. And thank you, Deborah. And your point about this is not just a spiritual imperative, it's a self-preservation imperative, it's a humanity imperative, is really important. And with that, I want to head over to Siping, because you are leading efforts at Sequoia Climate Foundation, which is also a relatively new kid on the block, and a major funder in the climate philanthropy space that really looks at this from an energy perspective. And if you look at the vision of the foundation, you talk about a world powered by clean energy where all people are protected by policies averting the worst effects of climate change. So where does energy play in all this? And what are you doing to ensure an equitable energy transition?
Yeah, thank you. So climate is important. I don't think we need to explain. And it's everywhere, right? It's the lighting, it's the air conditioning that we're using here. By the way, this is the coldest season in Hong Kong, if you haven't realized.
He's from Hong Kong, by the way. That's a fun fact.
But yeah, it's this type of mindful, less practice of wasting energy that drives where we are now. Leslie, you talk about the planetary boundary, the atmospheric concentration of greenhouse gas is one of the first planetary boundary get exceed, right? According to Johan Rockström and his collective's research. So And it's almost like a broken record now. Oh, this year is the hottest year. I mean, it's no longer making the news because it's no longer news. And we had a typhoon on Sunday, right? I don't know whether you get the privilege of enjoying it. My wife's hometown in Taiyo, in Lantau Island. Usually it gets flooded in typhoons like that. It almost gets flooded that day. The sea level rise was 3 meters higher than usual. And but we know that sea level are rising every year, actually every second. And there's no way almost now to stop the glacier melting from the 3 poles and also from the Greenland. The feedback loop, well, glacier melting, you have water on the surface, it's darker color, absorb more heat, it melts faster. Right? Simple science. There's no trend we are seeing that the recommended safe space well below towards 1.5 degree compared to pre-industrialization level of global mean temperature as recommended by IPCC. We are nowhere close to that trajectory. Even if every country implement their Paris target, their Paris pledge, we are still on track to a world higher than 3 degrees, right? And unfortunately, recently some developed economies are dropping their commitment. And this is really worrying. We are really running against time. IPCC suggested that we need to achieve net zero by 2050 and halving global emission by 2035. We are still increasing every year our CO2 emission. Yet there are positive signs. I think the massive production and deployment of clean energy technology in China, and also picking up from India now, and the ambitious target of the new Indonesian president Prabowo of wanting to put upfront the new carbon neutrality target from 2060 to 2050, and wanting to build 100 gigawatt of solar, distributed solar by 2035. The new presidency in Korea is also very embracing climate actions. The new prime minister in Thailand, also with support from the opposition party or previous opposition party, have a stronger climate agenda. We see also a lot of progress made in the Philippines, not because of the government, but more because of the market environment. There is a wind rush coming, wind power rush in the Philippines. There are a lot of positive changes in this region. Asia already emits half of the world's resources, CO2 emission, but we are getting very little attention from the international climate philanthropy. Less than 12% of the $4.8 billion available for climate from the international climate philanthropies are actually used in Asia. So there is at least a 4-fold increase potential. So climate is important. This is a living planet. This is the biggest living thing we have. And it feels very far away, but it really starts from, can we actually turn down turn up the temperature of the room? Can we keep it 25 or 26 degrees Celsius, please?
Yeah, I'm already sweating, actually, even thinking about that. Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. And I think you raise excellent point also about the importance of political leadership and creating the rules and incentives that can actually incentivize behavior to address this. So that's a big entry point to a big topic. What I want to do now is get a little bit more, talk about some specific examples and a little bit more tangible as to what we're actually going to do here. And what I'd like to understand is, okay, you're all representing funders. And Tilt Collective is an organization that is also a re-grantor, which I didn't say in the intro. What are you actually doing now? What are you funding to address this challenge and the way that you frame this? So maybe, Deborah, let's start with you. I mean, I want to actually pull out the people side, because in addition to your focus on environmental protection, you're looking at supporting vulnerable communities and refugees and people at risk. So can you give us an example of how are you doing that at the foundation?
This is a very serious question for all the time we think about it. I would like to share today is the community mobilization. In community mobilization, we can look into it 2 countries. One is Philippines, the other one is Nepal. Those 2 countries all impact by disasters. And when the disaster strike, I really have a very strong, until today, a very strong memory. 2013, Hurricane Typhoon Haiyan, when the whole city, the whole village turned into rubbles. And I know our United Nations partners go into the community and immediately mobilize to provide the support. And the funding per household is talking about 300 rubles to provide them to go back to the feet. But as a faith-based organization, the humanitarian driven, our founder, Dharma Master Zheng Yen, say, we need to give them 600. The way for 600 is not just say, give them a space to rebuild their home, but let them have a capacity to look around what is the livelihood. So that kind of support is very, very critical. So think outside the box. And this kind of support is from the heart and really the necessity from the community.
Thank you. Siping, I'm going to come back to you because you talked a lot about energy. You mentioned the clean energy revolution in China. What is the foundation doing to accelerate that?
So, Sequoia Climate Foundation focus on speed, scale, costs, and probability of success. So, a lot of work focusing on major emitters' energy policy. It's not that the other work are not important. I think like food and agriculture is absolutely key. We just have a chat with Sarah on that. The resilience part is also absolutely important. But my organization focus on the mitigation side. So I just talk about mitigation. So we've been supporting a lot of think tanks and international organizations, providing support, technical support, research capability, scenario analysis, policy drafting, to support countries like China, India, Indonesia, Philippines, to Korea, to help the countries to embrace and accelerate energy transition. One good example is in China. We work closely with the Ministry of Environment and Ecology in the China Council for International Cooperation on Environment and Development, and we supported several special policy studies to help really crafting cutting-edge policies for the Chinese government to consider to adopt. We have seen, as a result, in the last few years, really rapid pickup of momentum on manufacturing of clean technology in China. I was just reading some analysis this morning. The first 6 months of 2025, so January to June, China installed 214 gigawatt of solar PV. The number doesn't mean anything. So just as a comparison, historically, accumulatively, the United States have about 170 gigawatt of solar. So in 6 months, China produced what the US have deployed it more than 20 years. The UK has about 75 to 100 gigawatt of total power installed capacity. So what China produce, in theory, is about twice of that, or 3 times of that, in 6 months, just on solar, not even wind. So the massive build-up is unprecedented, and the clean tech revolution in China make these technologies so cheap now, so competitive now. It actually have a negative green premium, right? So it's actually cheaper than conventional technology. There's no reason to build any further gas or coal infrastructure anymore, anywhere in the world, as suggested by Secretary General Guterres. But this region, still, there's a lot of proposal of expanding coal and gas infrastructure, locking us further in on high emission technologies that will keep emitting for 30 years. So the clean tech deployment is imminent, and that's why countries like Indonesia is quickly adopting that possible cheap technology to help power their own economy with the promise of providing green jobs, more competitive and resilient economic opportunities for the country. We see this region is the main theater of climate actions.
Yeah.
And in the next decade, it's going to be critical what we can do, what we can help to support these governments to make the right policy. Again, let me say again, right now, of that 12% of the $4.8 billion US available globally on climate change, only 12% of that goes to Asia. And a lot of you are sitting here in Asia. Please invest in energy transition. Please invest in climate action. We cannot rely on Western money for that.
Yeah, thank you. And that is a good call to action. We're going to actually go back to money because we need that to actually accelerate what we're seeing here. Sarah, let's go to you. Food. What are you doing specifically to get unlikely allies around the table and accelerate the transformation we need?
Yeah, so there's two questions in that. What are we investing in, and then how are we getting unlikely allies around the table? A key part of this is the framing of food, right? We all care a lot about food. We have a lot of feelings about food. You all are probably feeling ready for this to end, to go to lunch and motivated. But what we do is focus on the non-political framings that bring people together. How can we talk about food in terms of food security or child health? Most people don't really resonate with climate change framings. The average decision makers, policymaker is not motivated by that. But we can talk about it in terms of economic gains or food security that does motivate action and bring people together. Some examples of what we're investing in that we're really excited about. In this region, we are funding to grantees who are working to get the private sector offering more healthy and sustainable options. So for example, working with the HoReCa industry, with hospitality, restaurants, hotels, to offer more plant-based options. And this is a great example of it being a win-win-win for climate, for health, and for economics, where these hotels have a model where they are actually saving money by offering lower cost plant-based foods. They're attracting customers who are interested in wellness. That's a major trend, so they want a healthy and wellness experience, and they're addressing their climate emissions. Another example where we're doing this is working with hospitals. Right now, most hospitals offer unhealthy food, which is wild when you think you end up in the hospital because of a food-related illness. I often tell the story when I was a child, my dad had a heart attack, and when we went to the hospital, the only restaurant there was a McDonald's. So I'm sitting there watching my dad have surgery for a heart attack and being fed. Yeah, circular economy, true example of it.
The ultimate circular
So
economy.
we've been working directly with hospitals and their food service providers to talk about how can we get more plant-rich foods. And so hospitals have tried this through our grantees, where they're offering plant-based meals as the default, but anyone can request a meat-based meal if they want, or if nutritionally they need it. What they found in these hospitals, this is over 400 hospitals in the US, that over 60% of the patients prefer the plant-based meal, that it's reducing their carbon footprint massively, and it's saving the hospital 50 cents per meal. So it's truly a win-win, but no one had really talked to the hospitals about trying this out, and they didn't have the guidance of nonprofits to tell them how to do this, what recipes to try, how to make sure they were nutritionally balanced. So those are some of the examples of what we're funding, where we're seeing significant progress without telling people what they have to eat, but instead making sure that companies and governments are offering and incentivizing what are the sustainable and healthy options.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I love how you talk about aligning incentives across the different actors as well. We have 5 minutes, so I'm going to jump ahead and combine the last two questions I wanted to ask you. Because on the one hand, I'm wondering, how do you unlock the trillions you need for this transformation of our world? So where's the money? How do you get it? But what's your call out for this group? Because the majority of this group are capital providers, so not necessarily philanthropy, also investors. Where do you need us to stand up? So if you could actually do that in a minute and a half each, I'd be really happy. So Deborah, do you want to kick us off?
We've been talking about trust.
Yes.
Trust is really the capital for faith-based organization, we are not seeing that's a dollar sign. It's really a trust that we build it up. So trust is the capital leading to transparency and compassion-inspired giving. And faith-based organization, we look into inclusivity, multiplies impact. We can do a small bamboo bank from coins into recycle equipment, the blanket. Everyone can contribute. And we can link capital to values. When we invested with compassion and sustainability, they will generate resilience, not relief. So, faith-based organization, especially Buddhist Tzu Chi, we unlock capital for plenary health, means awakening generosity in every form, financial, material, and spiritual, whether through the bamboo bank small coin movement or the blanket. When compassion becomes the currency,
Yes.
we multiply value for both people and planet.
I love that. And I'm going to summarize that you're putting values back into value. Bam. Okay. Over to you.
A key question is, how do we make food an investable topic? And I think there's two pieces to that portion of the question. The first is making it clear this is already happening. This is not an impossible task. People say you'll never change what people eat. It's already happening. We're seeing companies lean into this heavily. We're seeing national governments that are passing policies that embed plant-rich foods into their food security programs. So this is happening. This is not starting from scratch. The second piece is making clear how much opportunity there is. And often it's not well understood how far investment can go in the food space. So research shows that for every dollar invested into food systems and into plant-rich food systems in particular, you will get 5 times the climate mitigation is if you put 5 times more than if you put that same dollar into renewable energy.
Yeah.
Not that we don't need renewable energy, it's a both and, right? But it is a widely underfunded field. And similarly, for every dollar of philanthropic money, it unlocks as much as $10 of public and private finance. So there is a catalytic nature to the philanthropic investment in this space. But ultimately what we need, and the call to you all in this room is, we need the champions to say food is important. This is an important topic. And so I appreciate Sipeng who's saying, yeah, we work on energy, but we see food is essential and we need more attention. And we are looking for co-travelers. We're looking for others who are excited to tap into the untapped potential of food and invest alongside us.
Thank you. Sipeng?
3 things. One, we need to have more public money putting into energy transition. And in order to do that, we need to fund a wide ecology of different players, like think tanks, advocacy groups, academic, civil society, parliamentary members to make that collective change. So a lot of money that can be put in technical assistance to help governments to make the right decisions. Secondly, private investment. Clean energy, well, in Asia, we talk about money, right? This is where you can earn money. Come on, put your money in it. Look at 2023, 4% GDP growth of China, 2% can be attributed to clean energy development. It's huge opportunities there, not real estate anymore. Third, ecosystem of players, actors, particularly in the civil society, helping to shape the narrative, train up new people, opportunities, identifying what to do next, research scenarios, policy, advocacy, public education, and linking to cross-sectoral synergistic actions.
Yeah.
How do we coordinate among the different thematic areas like energy, food, climate and nature, resiliency? These are important. We have a very thin infrastructure of civil society actors here. Please consider putting your financial money in this area. We need Asia money for Asia.
Thank you. And you called it, because this whole discussion, while broad, was about how all these things connect. And I just want to take 1 minute very quickly and summarize a couple things, because we heard of the power of a big industry that touches all of us. And if we can get that right, we can actually have huge impact. We heard of the importance of energy. And it's incredible that Asian countries are actually making so much progress, even though so much little catalytic capital is flowing in. So please, flow more capital into this region. It's very exciting. We heard about values and us as humanity and how we link us as humans into ecology and nature, and why, if we're good for Mother Earth, we're good to ourselves, and that's really important. So don't forget that. Please put people at the center of everything you do. From us at Loudest Foundation, we're not seeing enough money flowing into this space, but I hope that this inspired you of what can be done across these different topics. And please reach out to the panelists, and let's make some good trouble together. Thank you.
All right, Asian Money for Asia. Thank you so much to all our panelists and all the panelists from this morning. Now it's time for a well-deserved coffee or a tea break. So we'll take the next 20 minutes to recharge, grab a cup of coffee or tea, and please come back here at 11:40 for next set of exciting sessions revolving around public-private partnerships and business as a source of good. See everyone back in this hall at 11:40 a.m. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference will begin in 10 minutes. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the AVPN Global Conference is about to begin. Please make your way to the main plenary auditorium. Thank you.
All right, welcome back everyone. Hope all of us are nicely caffeinated. We'll jump right into our next conversation, a conversation that takes us straight to the heart of how we tackle today's urgent global challenges, from climate action to the future of work. Public-private partnerships are no longer about business as usual. They are evolving into bold, future-oriented models that drive innovation, scale impact, and create shared value. In this session, you will hear from leaders who have built partnerships across regions and industries, sharing real-world lessons on what it takes to make public-private partnerships successful. Moderating this panel is NDD Nunelli, President and CEO of One Campaign. She's joined by Batil Misika, Head of Inclusive Development and Partnerships, OECD Global Network of Foundations. Minister Praveen Pardeshi, Chief Economic Advisor to the Chief Minister, and the Chief Executive Officer of Maharashtra Institute of Transformation, Government of Maharashtra. Her Excellency Maisa Al-Noveyes, Executive Director of Community Engagement and Volunteering at MAN. May I please welcome the panelists on stage? A round of applause, please.
Thank you to AVPN and to all of you for joining this important session. I'm honored to have such a distinguished panel, and we're going to be talking about Beyond Silos, a new frontier for public-private partnerships. We've heard the word partnerships all morning, and we've heard the critical need for not just the PP, but the extra P, the philanthropy, and the challenges that we face when building partnerships. At the One Campaign, partnerships have been key to everything we've done. For those who don't know One, we're a global advocacy organization that fight for the investments to ensure economic opportunity and healthier lives in Africa. And we believe that where you're born should not determine whether you live. We believe that the power of data, government relations, community organizing, voices from the grassroots are so pivotal to make change happen. And we've seen it time and time again over the last 21 years, how we can galvanize public sector, private sector, political divided people around issues that matter to the most vulnerable. And so I'm so excited to have this group that has been doing it at the front lines. And on this panel, we have the private sector perspective, the public sector perspective, and obviously OECD straddles both public-private partnerships and philanthropy. And we're going to be delving into this concept of silos and why we must break them at this critical time when we're facing multiple crises, economic crisis in many parts of the world, trade wars in others, climate crisis, which we just heard in the last panel, but also the fact that we cannot leave anyone behind and the need to bridge those gaps. So I'm going to start off with just a general question and a common question to the panelists, where given the rich experiences you have, let's start with foundational principles. From your unique perspectives, what's the most critical first step in building successful private-public partnerships? What brings the common goals together, and what is that glue that allows you to sit across from each other and build trust and achieve successful impact? So let's start with you, Bathili.
Thank you so much, Ndidi, and thank you to AVPN for hosting this important conversation. So my name is Batil Misika. I work for the OECD. We have this network of foundation working for development. So I'm going to take a step back and would say, if you're considering a partnership or a public-private philanthropy partnership, you have to consider the context. I'm going to start with a quote from Mike Tyson. Everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. I think we're at that moment, people. We are at that moment because look around. So our world has been shifting dramatically. The demise of USAID, the cuts in ODA, the crisis. So you have to take that as a context. What has that brought? That has brought even bigger silos. Each set of actors that you can think about, like tribes, talks to themselves. And you have these little like silos with people with flags at the top that say, please collaborate with me. And it's become even more so in this era because funding is being reduced dramatically. So we have to rethink. It's time for a pivot. So I'm not going to give you a nice spiel about, oh, you need to be aligned, and we're going to need to do things differently. And I think the time is now. So first of all, let me give you a little bit of data. How much are we talking about in terms of capital from philanthropy? This is something the OECD has been collecting, and our new data comes out in March 2026, but we promised our friends from AVPN we would come and share confidential preview data. So the pot is 66 billion US dollars. That's about global philanthropy for development. It's not that much, so it needs to be leveraged. So public-private philanthropy partnerships, it's also about how you're going to bring different sources. It's not just about people, partners, it's different sources of capital and assets that you're going to bring together. And if you want to do scale, you need the government. So I like that, the fact that we're all from different parts of the spectrum. Now, philanthropy in Asia is becoming more and more important. And what sets this region, and especially we have very good data for China and India, is most philanthropic resources come from within. And in India, more than 2/3 of the resources from philanthropy come from within. That makes a very different story. So that's going to have to be leveraged. However, there's a study from the Partnering Initiative that shows that PPPs, Asia is the region where there's been the least of them. So I'm saying, okay, we've been punched in the face, we're at a turning point, so what do we do now? And how do we break these silos? So I'll stop for now, and then we can discuss how we're going to break them and what next.
Thank you, Bathil. And I like the fact that you're sharing data, and actually met you at the Seville conference earlier this year, Financing for Development, where we talked about the trillions of dollars required. And public sector says, we can't do it all. Private sector says, no, don't look to us. Philanthropy says, are you expecting us to fill the gap? So everybody's passing the buck. Where is it going to land, and how do we force that collaboration and the de-risking and the multiplier effect that you've talked about? So key. I'm going to now come to Mayasa, who has been doing an amazing job actually bridging those silos through your organization. Can you just share what your guiding principles are?
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me today. I'd like to start by saying that every partnership is like building a house. When you're building a house, you never start with the walls or the windows. You start with the foundation, because as much as a house may look beautiful, if the foundation is not correct, it will never withstand. And for us at MAN, the first step to building trust is always listening. And how do we do that? We look at it from a demand and supply perspective. Demand being the projects or programs that are created by the government sector entities, the third sector entities, and the fourth sector entities to address the different social challenges, while the supply side would be the contributions from the different private sector. And as a government entity responsible in Abu Dhabi in mobilizing the private sector entity contribution towards the solution of the challenges prevalent in Abu Dhabi, we always listen first. Too often partnerships start with pre-designed solutions, and that's absolutely not the way you want it to happen. We also ensure that we engage the communities because we need to understand what matters to them the most. What are their daily realities, and what defines dignity and progress to them. This definitely ensures that when private sector partners join, they're not just investing in a project, but in something that the community has already claimed as their own. At the end of the day, trust comes from inclusion. And in our work, we ensure that the government sector, the private sector, the third sector, and the fourth sector are all sitting at the same table, not only as funders and not only as implementers, but as co-creators. That transparency from the beginning sets the foundation for partnerships that last. At the end of the day, we don't just want to build a house or a partnership. We don't want it to look impressive but can't withstand the future or the decades to come. And that's how we're going at it in Abu Dhabi.
I really like that, listening first and building a strong foundation.
Yes.
I'm going to push you a bit, if I can, and say you have the luxury of funding. Well, when we think about Abu Dhabi, we don't think of a funding shortage or private sector that's not willing to come to the table. How do you transfer this in context where there's not as much of an enabling environment?
We do have an enabling environment.
You do. I'm saying you have that luxury, but in many contexts, people are listening saying, I wish I had what you have in Abu Dhabi. The luxury of having that time to build and listen, but also to galvanize stakeholders. So those who are not in such easy ecosystems, how can they transfer that?
I think, again, going back to what I just said, building a very strong foundation, ensuring that there's a very clear ecosystem and how you can do it. Any type of partnership, if it's not built on a very clear ecosystem and a very clear operating model in anything, it will not succeed. In our partnership, we also have challenges, but we need to see how can we overcome the challenges. At the end of the day, in any successful partnership, it has to be a win-win. It can't be a win-lose. We all have to get something out of it, whether it is the government, whether it is the partners, the private sector, whether it is the social enterprises or the non-for-profits. Every single one of us has to get something out of it for it to be a successful partnership.
I think that's very important. And explaining it to the stakeholders so that they don't see
exactly.
Fantastic. Now, moving on to you, Praveen. You have done quite a bit in government, and oftentimes there's a hesitation when we try to partner with government. How have you built that trusting relationship but overcome some of those silos in your work?
No, I think all the points in terms of principles like shared vision, co-creating it, all of them are important, common communication and outreach for the goals. So all of this lead to breaking down the boundaries. But let me take Mayasa's example of building a house. So generally you build a house twice. You first build it in your mind on the architectural layout and then actually on the ground. Similarly, a partnership comes out first by co-creating it in your thought processes and conceptualization. I give you one example from India. So some of the most unifying factors are not human beings themselves, but some things which govern human beings, which is basically nature. So you have this Brahmaputra river which flows across from Bhutan, its tributaries into India. And while people may have different political ambitions, the forests, the flooding, the data requirement to prevent floods, which is the stream flow data, if this is shared across these countries, then you can anticipate floods, you can manage forests, and most important, you can manage biodiversity, because elephants and rhinos don't know what the boundaries are. So there's one national park which is a transnational park like Manas, which is shared between Bhutan and India, and there is coordination across that for sharing. So NGOs like Aranyak, etc., work across both the countries, and IUCN was another partner which tried to forge this together. In Africa, for example, we worked in the Great Lakes where there's so much of conflict across Rwanda, across the Zaire, but some things which bring everybody together is conserving gorillas which live both in the Congo and in Rwanda. And there, the common principles of shared heritage of nature helps to bring people together.
I love it, and I like the fact that you've built on the concept of you build a house in your head, then you build it in practice, and you can find those shared assets that everybody's committed to upholding. Very, very noble. Now let's dig in a bit further, and I'm coming to you, Mayasa, in terms of your work with Mana. You've really successfully mobilized community engagement, private capital to address local challenges, and that win-win has been the bedrock of what you've done. How have you ensured that these voices are actually not only heard by your organization, by other stakeholders, but also embedded in the design from the beginning? And what's the secret to building that sustainable community-led initiative?
So you might notice that I'm going to keep using the house analogy on and on, maybe because I like building houses and interiors so much. I have to say that you can never design a home without asking the family what they want. Do you want a playroom? Do you want a dining room? What do you need? Do you need a big living room? So what is it that you need? At the end of the day, without asking, you might end up with a house that no one wants to live in. It's not a home, it will just be a house. So in Ma'an, what we do is we focus on ensuring that we understand what the community needs. And how do we do that? I maybe mentioned before that we look into the demand side and the supply side. When we look into the demand side, we ensure that the projects that we are considering as demand go through a rigorous evaluation and assessment process. We ensure that the projects have a clear pathway to measuring the social return of investment. We are able to measure the impact on them. They align with our social challenges in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi, and they possibly align with the objectives of the entities that we're approaching. Once the projects pass this assessment and evaluation, they enter what we call the Ma'an catalog, and that's what we sell to the private sector. Now, the private sector would look into this catalog, and a lot of times they would think, okay, yes, I will find something that suits my objectives, because at the end of the day, successful CSR is that aligns to your core business and your objectives as a private sector entity. And if they don't find anything in that catalog that suits their objectives or what they want to achieve, we listen even more. Okay, so what is it that you want? How can we help you do that? And I'll give you a very good example. We got one time a private sector entity. He looked at the catalog and he was like, okay, no. He knew exactly what he wanted. He's like, I want something that addresses kidney failure. I want a project where I'm able to help those that have kidney failure and need dialysis, but are unable to get it due to either their insurance not covering it, or they don't have that type of insurance because it's different types. We're like, okay, great, we can make that happen for you. So being in the central government, and by the way, our name, the Authority of Social Contribution, Ma'an, the word Ma'an means together. We're able to bring everyone together to make that happen. So we went to the regulator, Department of Health. Hey, listen, we want to create a charity dialysis center. Are you in? Yes, we're in. Hop on board. We went to a health, a private sector from the a private entity from the health sector to be as an operator. Are you willing to operate at cost? Yes, we're in. Hop on board. We went to the government. We need a building that we can convert into a dialysis center. Sure, we'll give you the building, and they gave us the building. Then we went to the contributor, and we're like, okay, we put everything together as a project, and we can make it happen for you. The CapEx came from him. We used the CapEx to create a fully functional dialysis center for people of low income. And then we opened the OpEx as crowdfunding. Were the community interested to enter this crowdfunding? Definitely yes. And we raised the OpEx through crowdfunding. It didn't stop there, actually. It was so heartwarming to see that we even were approached by volunteers that were like, you know what? I'm an artist. I can do murals inside the center so that dialysis patients don't have to look into a white wall for hours. Other general volunteers did other things around. So we literally created a sustainable project using all community members, from private sector entities to government to volunteers to everything. So the secret to sustainability here is being able to showcase people that everyone has a part and everyone can do something to take part in this. Creating success out of what we do and listening to be able to reach that success.
I love that story, and that's really inspiring. I don't know how many of us have been able to create this type of magic within that time frame of bringing key stakeholders together and even galvanizing volunteers and crowdfunding for that type of intervention. So I'm moving to Praveen, and Praveen, as you heard this narrative, this concept of an enabling environment for silos to be broken, for sustainable interventions, oftentimes we see governments sometimes hindering instead of supporting. And I know that you obviously have a track record of dismantling those barriers, but also supporting strong collaborations. How have you done it, and how can it be scaled in other regions?
Thank you. I mean, there are some principles and then actual examples that we can work on. One thing is regulation. So regulation generally gets in the way. And, you know, the more, let's say, control type of government wants to work with, it doesn't foster partnerships. So deregulation helps a lot. But crisis situations always help the government to enable a lot more stakeholders to come in, and that can then be expanded. One example was, I was the district collector when the big earthquake hit Latur district, which was in the 1990s. And that time, there was a huge interest in reconstructing the destroyed villages. But the initial thought was that the government could do it all with World Bank assistance. And then there were lots of civil society organizations which also wanted to do. So we needed to create an enabling framework for that. So what we thought that we divide up the responsibilities based on our core competencies. So the government provides land, water, electricity, while some of the civil society organizations from across the world, as you said, talked to the people and understood what are homes rather than just buildings, and build community-based structures which were earthquake-proof. So here the principle was that dividing the resource responsibilities as per your core competencies. If government can recognize that and bring it into regulation, so we brought out an SOP which says that what should be a standard memorandum of understanding between the government and a civil society organization which wants to rebuild a village, so that while there are things which are non-negotiable, like the engineering has to be seismic proof because there will be further earthquakes. But on the other hand, you also need to incorporate designs which allow people to treat them as homes. You know, one very interesting thing was when we started building contractor-driven houses. That is when we gave out large contracts for people to build, which was totally a government-driven program, which didn't involve too much of civil society. After the houses were constructed, I was very proud that we have 10,000 houses constructed, but people use them more like cattle sheds, and they built small tin sheds outside because they think they were not safe. So we changed the strategy midterm and allowed people to build their own houses by enabling them to get cash grants and NGOs to handhold them. So this again helped to bring out a new policy which was called owner-driven housing rather than contractor-driven housing. So these are some of the things that we can do. Sandboxes, of course, help to try out experiments at a smaller scale, and if you fail, then you can stop them, but if you succeed, you can upscale and not allow the full weight of regulation. The problem with government is that government is not always able to catch a good innovation because it's worried that it doesn't apply everywhere. And government is responsible for all. It's not responsible for one small example. So Sandbox helps you to do it at a small scale by setting aside regulations. And if it works, then to create new regulatory framework for that sort of successful experiment.
I really like the fact that you've talked about sandboxing and testing, but also recognizing that in periods of crisis, which are the new normal, we have to think out of the box. We have to be addressing regulation for the moment, but also address the issue of speed. Because oftentimes, people in civil society and private sector say government slows us down. They don't make it faster. But you've painted an example where by listening and engaging, we're able to drive impact. So that's very reassuring and a key lesson for other regions. But you've heard these two amazing examples. And I know that oftentimes you bring a lot of realism and data to this. So as the head of the NetForward network, how have you really seen successful scaling and private-public partnerships? What really drives impact? And can you unpack some of the key metrics that you're looking at beyond financial investment?
Thank you very much. Well, going back to the house metaphor, you wouldn't engage into thinking and building a house if you didn't know how much it was going to cost, for example. How much is the price of cement? And how much are the windows going to cost? Now, we're talking about a new reality here, which is the 4 Ps. So philanthropy is, and we've heard a lot of philanthropy is going to de-risk, as you said. So let me just ask, where is the data? So, I mean, we have some, but we're operating in a black box in a lot of places. So if you want to do public-private philanthropy partnerships, already you do not know who's doing what and where. Would you, as a business, enter a market not knowing who your competitors are, whether there's appetite for your product? So the first and foremost, we need more and better data. We all met in Seville as the international community on Financing for Development 4, and, well, guess what? There is very little, first of all, the pot of money from philanthropy is not what people think. 2, the foundations that do actually do blending are going to de-risk these investments, there's very few. But there's huge potential in this part of the world to do that. But so we need, first of all, better data and evidence. The PPPs that have been successful, we also need to learn from them. And yesterday, in a side conversation, we were discussing about the reluctance of our sector to share failure. So we all made the promise, yes, we'll come up with a Hall of Shame session. Because no, but we need to know if it hasn't worked, why hasn't it worked? So I would say data and evidence. The other ingredient that's very important is transparency and accountability. And those are words that do not always go very well hand in hand with philanthropy, because philanthropy is not, I mean, by essence, it doesn't have to be transparent the way like official, I mean, government spending is, or companies have to share, their metrics. So we have to make an effort. We're in a crisis. If you look at the development world and the aid world, we're in a crisis of confidence. What has worked? What do we have to show for all these years? Donors from the North are under attack, saying, you've reduced your funding, but also what do you have to show? So I think we also need to refocus beyond the data and the evidence on the how. So I would like to insist it's less sexy to talk about the how than to talk about the what. People like to talk about, oh yeah, let's take kids who are out of school, back in school. Yes, it's very important, but how do you do that? So for example, philanthropy, they need to give core funding, unearmarked grants, and they need to be able to de-risk. So modalities, engaging over the longer term. What our data shows is that philanthropy is still quite short term, 3 to 5 year grants. How do you, build an ecosystem? Finally, philanthropy, and this is the great thing about philanthropy in Asia, that it's domestically based. The big North-based foundations, they do not have boots on the ground. So we go back to what does the community want? One of the key principles, and I would say North Stars that we should have is first locally led development. You need to ask communities what they want and what they need. It sounds pretty straightforward, but believe me, when you have you design big plans and big offices, that sometimes it's very hard to connect it to what are the real needs on the ground. So I would say we need to rethink the how these projects are designed. How do you build local capacity? How do you help communities also leverage their own resources? Could philanthropy maybe help domestic resource mobilization? And then how can it play this dance? How can we then make sure that the private sector can come in with philanthropy and governments are going to be critical, because once you have a proof of concept, they're going to help you scale, and they will, you'll go from one Indian state to another and replicate. But it really has to do with the how. So first you start with the data, who's doing what and where are the intersections? Then, of course, as we've discussed, we look together, what are our key, it's almost like your vows in a marriage, and maybe your principles will evolve. I was going to use the marriage metaphor, but I think Didi knows me, she knows I'm a bit more cynical. I was going to say marriage is hard. I like the house, it's a little less, and PPPs are probably not as hard as marriage, in fairness. So I would say, before you measure impact, so first you need the data, who's doing what and where, how does that converge? Then what are the KPIs, what does success look like? Then you measure, and then you're a bit more transparent, and you share. If you failed miserably, you also share. I know we like to say it, and we don't. Maybe next year at AVPN, you ask me to moderate a session on the Hall of Shame. Thank you.
I like it, and I like that you've grounded us in the importance of measurement, data, and actually honest conversations about what is working and what is not. I'm going to come around again quickly to all the panelists to just talk about, listening to us about the house, right? How much it will cost, the vision, the shared goals, the shared ideas, the win-win, value creation, the regulatory environment. All of that sounds nice and very, very good in principle. And some people in the audience are being skeptical, like, I've tried it, it's slow, it's painful. Somebody else likes to take all the credit. Usually it's the government. In fact, I always say when I work with government, just make them look good and they leave you alone to do your work. And that's the skeptic in me, right? Or the private sector who wants to do a lot of the logos and branding, and sometimes they give you a little money, but their logo and branding is from the streets all the way in. And they come the night before, and we've been in the trenches, right? So there's skepticism all around. And there's a quote that really stayed with me, and it actually came from an Indian social entrepreneur. He said, let's not scale our work, let's scale what works. And to do that, we have to leave our egos and logos at the door. So really, in principle, and I'll start back with you, Maesa, what would you say has been and should be the biggest lever for really addressing some of the barriers, and what have you seen that really unlock?
I think to ensure, again, maybe I mentioned win-win before.
Yes.
Incentives is very important to ensuring that we're all going towards the same goal, but each is getting something out of it. At the end of the day, a house only stands when every part plays its role. So the government lays the concrete, businesses bring in the wood and glass, and the community fills it with life. Alone, none of these work. But together, you build something that's lasting. And I'd like to give you another example here. Excuse me for giving too many examples, but I feel that's the only way to get the message through. So as you all know, the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi as well, has so many different nationalities that we're proud of. And in Abu Dhabi, a lot of these nationalities have created schools for their communities. Now, some of these schools have been deemed as unfit and unsafe for students to continue studying in it, because some of these schools were specifically created by these communities for low-income students. And so some of these schools were deemed as unfit for students, and working with our Abu Dhabi Education and Knowledge Authority, we told them, okay, you know what? Allow us to help you by noting this as a project and allowing the private sector to contribute towards renovating these schools. So we have one of the biggest real estate companies in Abu Dhabi, and UAE actually, called Aldar. Aldar was like, okay, we'll renovate one of the schools. And they took one of the biggest schools with one of the biggest population of students in it. But instead of simply giving us the financial contribution, saying, okay, just renovate it, they went above and beyond. They gave us a financial contribution to renovate the school, but they're like, you know what, we want to feel that we're part of this. And how so? They're like, okay, we have computers, can we do a computer lab for the students? Of course you can. We have furniture, you know, we are one of the biggest real estate companies in the UAE, and even outside of the UAE they have projects. Can we use this furniture to furnish and interior some of the school areas? Of course you can. You know what? We'd also like to engage our thousands of employees. So we're like, okay, done. We'll create a full engagement plan for you all year long where your employees could volunteer, maybe do sports sessions, maybe mentor the students. And we did that. And one of the first activations was for their employees to fill up thousands of bags to give out to the students at the start of the year. So here you see that instead of simply repairing walls, they built a house filled with opportunity, dignity, and hope. What did that lead us to? The government, this addressed education goals. For Aldar, it demonstrated real ESG impact and engaged their employees. And for families, what did that do? It literally transformed a struggling school into a true home for learning. And that's what MAN does. We act as the master builders. We design the blueprint, so every partner sees their role in the same house. And everyone feels ownership under the same roof. The lesson here is very clear. Don't force alignment. Build initiatives where success is naturally defined in a way that resonates with everyone at the table. So that's what I would say for that.
I love it. I love it. This house analogy has gotten us very far. All right. So when we think about the Indian example and this aligning incentives, can you just give us a few talking points as we walk away from this room? What will it take to align more incentives to drive impacts and achieve that shared goal?
So again, the principle is value mapping, that you have different values to the different partners in the shared goal. So first, if you map that correctly, then the second part which the government can play as an enabling role is to have a flexible incentive system. Governments have a very fixed incentive system, and that comes simply, I mean, the most standard one is, let's say, contracting. So you do an open process of bidding and give out contracts for works based on cost minimization. So this generally doesn't lead to a partnership. It leads to something which is like employee-employer engagement, and the failures are all the responsibility of the contractor. So this is how we have worked so far. How do we change this? So 2-3 things. One is, in a longer term perspective, which is very important for partnerships, look at the lifelong costs of the project and not simply the cost minimization of the construction cost or of the building cost. So therefore, maintenance, ownership by the agency which is building is important. How do you do it? You make performance-based incentive systems wherein you can pay for achieving the results and not simply for the inputs that have been provided. Now, where have all these things worked? IT is a very important enabling means for bringing people together and sharing data. So if you look at most of the large language models of the ChatGPT, DeepSeek, you'll see that they are mostly able to mine mostly private data. That is data which is on the web and other places, but very deep government data, which is far more powerful, is not available transparently across. So that's the first thing that is happening in India now. For example, in our own state, we are setting something called the State Data Authority. Now, what the State Data Authority is trying to do is to make available, irrespective of the stakeholders, right from the village, what is the number of malnutrition children, what is the type of access road available, what is the birth weight of children, from these types of health data to the number of schools, to the type of forest area, then the GIS layers from roads, rivers. Now, when this data becomes available in an integrated way, then the value mapping takes place much more easily, which is that private sector knows within this where the niches are, and they can add value there, while the civil society philanthropy capital can come in again to fill the gaps. So this also needs an institutional structuring. It doesn't happen by itself. So we have built something called the Village Social Transformation Foundation. So it's something what one of your jockey club says, it's a gongo, that is a government organized non-government organization. It brings all the big private capitals together, that is the Tatas, Mahindras, but the state government chief minister is at the head. They contribute jointly, but the goal is shared goal. That is, they look at 1,000 villages which have the lowest social development indicators, and they put both philanthropy capital and the state government programs like Housing for All converge together, and we have a third-party assessment. So metrics is very important to give a third-party feedback of what was achieved so that the money doesn't go in a black hole. So I think this sort of a flexible incentivization and the structure of an institution where people can play as per their comparative advantage helps.
This is fantastic, Praveen. Well done to you and the state of Maharashtra. I mean, innovation around how you're using data and how you're engaging the community to align incentives, but also the third party to check is really powerful. And last but not least, Patil, as you think about what you've just heard, but also your work, what needs to be done differently to move us forward?
Well, actually, I don't like to come with ready-made solution, but we've started to think about how we can help in this ecosystem, and we came up with this concept called 3D that we're happy to announce. We unleashed it in Seville together with our partners from the French Development Agency. So it starts with, so how do you liberate more public-private philanthropy partnerships and blending? First, it needs to start with dialogue. You need to have, let's imagine we're talking about upskilling workers or upskilling women in a specific region, and you want to bring different partners around the table. So first, see how this conference is extraordinary because you have people from different fields and sectors. But most of the time, when we go to philanthropy conferences, there's only philanthropy, there is no government, and there is very few development finance institutions. So you need to have the stakeholders in the room. It's like, you can't build a house and say, oh, by the way, this is your house. You are not in the room and you are not consulted, but it has a playroom. So the dialogue part is extremely important, and we need to de-silo that. And the more we go into more selfish, very politically, commercially driven interests, the more there's going to be disincentives to kind of find common ground. So first of all, the way we build these dialogues, then they need to be underpinned by data. How much capital is available for what you're trying to do? How much does the government has in terms of its own resources? How much does the government, the country receive in terms of remittances? How much is there in terms of philanthropy, public investment? Because you might find that you're trying to work in an intersection where philanthropy is not funding it. Philanthropy doesn't help build bridges. And finally, deals. So we've made a partnership with Finance in Common, which is the club of development finance institutions, so that they can say, okay, those are the national or regional development banks that work here. Here are the financial instruments that already exist. Can we unpack them? Are they fit for purpose? Or do we need to create a new one? Maybe we need a new development impact bond. So please do reach out, because we're starting to connect with many actors in the system to try and help them co-create this, again, on different themes in different regions. So that's our meager contribution, and I know we're out of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're out of time. This is such an amazing and inspiring conversation. We could go on forever as we build our house and scale our houses. But I want to just end by saying few key takeaways. The first is, I think, clearly the importance of designing in our minds, designing on the ground, engaging the community, and then leveraging the data and innovating constantly is key. And the aligned incentives and the win-win is key. And I'll end with one of my favorite proverbs, which is an African proverb, which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. We know we have to go fast and far together. The crises are too many for any one of us. But to do that, we have to leave our egos and logos at the door, work with integrity, transparency, accountability, and shared values, leaving no one behind. So as we go out today, I'm inspired by what you're doing in Maharashtra, what you're doing in the UAE, and what you're doing in Abu Dhabi, and what OECD is doing to guide us and push us and propel us. Together, we will go fast and far together. Thank you. Please join me in giving them a round of applause.
Thank you so much for the scintillating conversation. A home definitely was not built in a day. Our next session shines spotlight on the evolving role of business in society. As expectations grow for companies to tackle pressing social and environmental challenges, a new generation of leaders are moving beyond philanthropy and CSR and embedding purpose directly into business strategy, governance, and investment. Today's discussion will show us how the impact can shift from a side initiative to a core driver of value creation, delivering both commercial success and lasting societal outcomes. We are delighted to welcome Oriel Morrison, Chief Strategy Officer, APAC Network, as the moderator for this panel. She will be joined by Lisa George, Global Head of Macquarie Group Foundation, Subhashini Chandran, Senior Vice President, Social Impact at MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, and Brandy McHale, Head of Community Investing and Development at Citi and the President of Citi Foundation. May I have the speakers on stage, please? A round of applause for the speaker and the moderator.
We were all going to dance up, but I think all of us chickened out. It's wonderful to be here today. I'd like to extend another thank you to the last panel. That was an extremely powerful conversation that we just heard. And for those of you who were in the room and listened to the last panel, I'd like to put your minds at ease, because I have tasked our panel today with continuing the house analogy. So be prepared. You will be hearing lots of bits about houses and building strong foundations over the course of the next little while. Now, we have a slightly different angle to our conversation. Obviously, if you've been at this conference over the last couple of days, I'm sure you've heard some very intense conversations about the amount of money that's needed, bridging funding gaps, measuring impact. And a lot of what it's coming back down to, certainly when it comes to financing this incredible challenge we have ahead of us, is the role of the private sector. So lucky for us, we have 3 people from the private sector on stage with us today. A lot of this is about, coming to a decision on what the balance is between purpose and profit. Lisa, I wanted to kick things off with you. It is a very big question that I'm going to start off with, but how do you find the balance between purpose and profit, and how do you make sure you get it right? Because it's different for every single organization.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Macquarie, we went through an exercise in 2018 of creating our own purpose statement. And the foundation actually had a seat at the table as part of developing the corporate purpose statement. Why? Because kind of working with the community and being part of the community is something that Macquarie has always seen in our 55-plus-year history as critical. We mirrored that in our foundation. So our foundation, like many corporate foundations, exists to engage our people in the communities in which they operate. And for us, our people are the key drivers, our talented people. We have 20,000 people in 31 markets around the world. And for us, that balance between profit and purpose is really embodied through our people. So if our people come to work engaged with a sense of purpose, both in their day jobs, but for the role that Macquarie is playing in society and in the communities in which they operate, we believe that that will translate into better outcomes for the corporation. So that's how I think we strike that balance.
Shubha, this is a journey that you've been on. Well, in fact, all three of you have been on this journey. But when it comes to balancing that purpose and profit, what's your experience been like?
First of all, thank you for having me here. It's really wonderful to be here on the last day after a terrific week of engagement and dialogue. At MasterCard, it's been fairly unique, the experience, because in its origin story, it's been about doing well by doing good. So when the center was set up, its purpose was also defined as such. So there was alignment in its founding story, and I think for us it starts there. Another thing that we've done is we've embedded the center within the MasterCard business. Our spending is done differently and organized differently through a 501(c)(3), but the center itself is embedded within MasterCard. And in a sense, over the last 11, 12 years, we've kind of become the conscience of MasterCard to sort of be that unit that makes sure that financial inclusion and inclusive growth are not a part of the center, but it's a part of being for MasterCard. So this agenda is at the center of how business is done at MasterCard today. And for all of that, at the heart of it is incredible leadership will, right? So, and everything flows from there. That's really been, I think, the secret sauce that has got us operating the way we do, become known for the things that we do. And we've backed it all over time with really strong action proof points. So, for example, a global goal to bring 1 billion people into the digital economy. And how we define that for us is financial inclusion and digital inclusion for everyone, whether it's individuals, small businesses, workers, and then go away to do that together with the business. So we're now tracking, I think we're about 960 million people, and that contribution has come both from the center and from the business together. So aligned purpose and mission with the business as an operating unit embedded within MasterCard, yet having the freedom to spend and operate on agendas that are aligned with the business strategy, but could well be well ahead of the business strategy. So looking for opportunities where social needs, sort of intersect with business strategy and working towards delivering on those.
So Shubha, there'd be a lot of people, I'm sure, who are listening today who are with organizations that are not there yet. And I'm sure getting to where you are today, and congratulations, because that sounds like an absolutely incredible way to align those two strategies, build it into one. How did you get there? Because I'm sure that over the last 10, 11 years, it's not been an easy journey. You've had to change hearts and minds. I know that you've been very intentional about it, so how did you get there?
So I don't think we are there, right? It's a continuous journey, because particularly in today's environment with the pressures business is under, it's a constant conversation. And I think Lisa spoke to a very effective strategy for those beginning later. Now, for example, a consultative process that brings the social sort of sector team into the conversation and to include when we redefine overall, sort of our direction of travel or our business vision is a very powerful way to begin to get alignment across both business and impact teams within organizations. So I think that's certainly a very powerful tool. But business is fundamentally meant to power profit. So the message of constantly reinforcing, right, purpose with profit and profit with purpose is a job I don't think will ever get done. It's one that we will continue to have to do, and in challenging, economic environments, even more so, I think. We are very intentional about the communication around it. We're very intentional about the consultation around it. And then, of course, we draw the lines. between where the center operates and what it should be powering, and what sometimes the business in the short term might want you to do. And on top of all of this, I think we're just very blessed because we've had constant consensus in leadership. And if we can get that, then I think you're on your way.
Certainly makes the journey a lot easier, I'm sure. Brandy, from your perspective, you've also worked incredibly hard in building the appetite, I suppose, and building the environment that people are on your side and are wanting to align those strategic objectives. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey and how you've achieved what you've achieved at Citi?
Sure, thank you so much. We are a company that is more than 200 years old. The mission of the company is to drive growth and economic progress in the 100+ countries where we've had a presence and engage around the world. That is the same mission that we have in all of our social impact functions. There's no questioning that that's the right mission. And I would just say that as we think about purpose and profits, we are at an inflection point. We've come through. It's been a real privilege to do this work over my career, and the wind, I think, has actually been with us over the past decade, and all of a sudden, the direction may have changed. I think we are at a moment where we've got incredible economic volatility. We have technological disruption that is occurring at a scale that I don't think any of us can even imagine what the next year is going to bring, let alone the next decade. And then we also have the politicization of purpose. And so as I think about what it took for us to get where we are today, making the business case, appealing to both hearts and minds and the financial balance sheet, it's more complicated right now. And when you have this moment of disruption, business leaders, I think a universal concept is, let's go back to the basics. What is it that we're here in business to do? We are in business to generate profits for our shareholders. And I think it's up to the change agents like us that are inside companies to continue to make the case that profits for shareholders can only be sustainable if we're also thinking more broadly about the economic value that we're bringing to our clients and to our communities. But it's a tough moment. It's a tough moment. I'll just say it has been so inspiring for me to be in the region, to be in this room with leaders in the Asian private sector in particular, to hear about where you are, about your ongoing commitment, because in the US, this is a moment of intense questioning and a very large spotlight placed on what we are doing in the purpose space.
Interesting question here for you, Brandy, but when you've had these conversations, what have you learned from the people that you've been speaking to that you can take back with you?
I think what I've learned is that there's a fundamental here that we tend to think about businesses and corporations and institutions as this entity. But really, institutions are made up of people. And what I think we have to keep doing is reminding ourselves that we need to continue to be influencers. And influence may be the most important tool that we have for those of us that are working in the social impact space and influencing decision makers, influencing boards of directors, influencing CEOs is a critical piece of what we need to do and what we've done. It's what has helped us to get where we are, and I believe it's what's going to continue to be needed to face tomorrow.
So what about timing? Lisa, let me bring you back in here. You've been with Macquarie for 15 years. It's been a journey for you. You've laid the groundwork. You've started with influencing. It's a different organization. Some of you might be top down, others might be bottom up. You have to deal with things in a different way depending how your organization works, essentially. How did you know it was the right time to execute? To Brandy's point, we are in a changing environment right now. So how do you know when to take those steps, whether they're big ones or incremental?
I'm very inspired by my fellow panelists and you know, hope to grow up to be like you one day in your organizations. We you know, we've had a foundation actually at Macquarie since the very beginning of the company, so it very much is embedded in our DNA from a people engagement perspective. And we were very traditional for the first, say, 35 years of our history, doing grant making and employee engagement. But 5 years ago, when I started on a strategic refresh of the foundation, I was really impatient about the scale of impact that we could have by just doing the same things with the same tools. And we did have the wind at our back, Brandy, like you were right about that 5 years ago. And we were thinking about how we could unlock and leverage more of the assets of the broader group, the broader bank. And so I had been, I think, maybe consciously or unconsciously planting seeds for many years along the way. We don't have a balance sheet of our own in the foundation, so we had to think of creative ways to influence and inspire the bank to come alongside us and lend us the balance sheet of the group and go into impact investing, for example. So we had been grant making into the impact investing sector for the last 20 years. So getting to know the sector, doing small things, really understanding from a capacity building perspective what the sector needed. But we had a small problem in that we didn't have any capital ourselves to invest. So I went, you know, to the executive committee with a pilot. I said, look, let's do a small pilot. And then a couple of years later, the right ingredients, a very strong, profitable year for the group. And because we had laid that groundwork over many years, and I had been in the ear of the executives for many years, influencing them and talking to them, we then got a $20 million mandate from the balance sheet to do impact investing. That's very catalytic, patient, flexible, impact first. So that was a very exciting moment to be able to get there, but it didn't happen overnight. We had to be patient, you know, have a bit of stamina, building the case for it over many, many years, and be ready when the moment is right to strike.
You also have a really interesting example of how you got buy-in from the employees. You know, you actually looked at it and went, well, it's not just getting the CEO on board and the board on board. It's also about getting every single person within that organization to think differently.
Yeah, so when we, with each impact investment transaction, we build, so my foundation team doesn't have investment background, although now we've hired a couple of people from the business, which is exciting, people going the other way. But what we decided to do was leverage our employee engagement model and say, let's get formal secondments into transaction teams for each impact investment transaction that we're looking for. And so, yes, we did build, because we are a very bottom-up organization, there's no top-down strategy. So we built that interest and generated that interest in that way. The second example is shared value. So shared value is a strategy a lot of people I'm sure know about, which is, you know, having commercial outcomes with intentional social impact. Usually that works really well when you have top-down business strategies and you can embed shared value into your business strategy. What do you do in a company that doesn't have a top-down central strategy? You have to build it from the bottom up. So again, we had to come up with a creative signature program and award to incentivize our people to start thinking about shared value ideas within the businesses that they're operating. And we have a $1 million grant program where they can apply for grant funding to help seed or grow some shared value ideas and initiatives in their business. So we have to be creative in our bottom-up organization to kind of get some of these ideas off the ground.
Now, I'm sure within your journeys, all three of you have experienced some level of friction between the decisions that are being made on a strategic profit basis versus what you're trying to achieve on an impact basis. Shubha, how do you manage that? Because we're talking about influencing, changing hearts and minds, but you can't always be in alignment. That's not human nature.
Sure. I think before I sort of respond to that, Ariel, I wanted to just touch on two important points that my co-panelists made, you know. So Lisa's point around leveraging some of our core assets and sort of, you know, Brandy's point around business value. And I think those two strategies help us sometimes navigate these frictions and these tensions. What we've seen over time is the messaging around business value can be quite varied. So, for example, the work we've done has resulted in so much brand recognition that the talent that we attract today is quite unprecedented and unparalleled even for our sector, right? Quite often the number of applications we get for any job we open up is staggering. And over time we've seen that in interviews when we talk to people, it comes from what they understand MasterCard to be. And quite often it's not a payments company, it's so much more, right? What the brand today conveys, and that's the whole doing well by doing good, and so much of it is coming from the work on the philanthropic side. So being able to kind of really identify the business value across a spectrum, from whether it's making the markets of tomorrow or attracting talent today, I think gives us internally more influence and the license to operate. The other piece, I think, in how we were set up, but also how we've executed on that, and we continue to try to find opportunities, is how do we always bring plus, plus, plus to the dollars we bring? So whether it's technology, or data, or our people, in addition to the philanthropic capital that the center brings, is usually a way for us to both give greater value into the marketplace, but also value internally, right? We engage our business teams to run datathons, for example, for many of our social sector organizations that we support. And that's helping build their data capacity. So real-time examples of engagement and cross-working that helps us build awareness of the work we do, and also some amount of connection to the work we do. All of this said, there's tension. Of course, there's tension, right? Like the business operates in I think today we're in over 140 markets, right? So every market will want the center to be there, and for some of the philanthropic funding to come to do something there. And we have to say no more often than we have to say yes. So that's also a continuing conversation in terms of how do we prioritize, where do we see the greatest opportunity for us to have the impact, and what other opportunities do we bring to them in terms of our value without our philanthropic dollars is a constant journey of seeking and adding value.
Brandy?
So I think this top up, bottom down is I just think you need both. But what I have found is what's an accelerator is not, do you have top-down support? Certainly, do you have employees are very powerful. I do agree with that. Bottom-up support and demand. But I want to also bring in I'm trying to think how to describe it, the outside-in support, the kind of sideways support. How do you bring ideas in? And I would say two really important accelerators in this space. One is regulation. If it exists, we follow the law, we comply with regulations, and we want to do it extremely well. And so that really matters. And I think you see that there may be a correlation in places where you do have government incentives, actual laws, actual regulations, you see more activity happening. But the second is also client demand and the opportunity for client collaboration. When we think about profit, purpose and profit, sometimes it's the ability to deepen relationships and find common ground with clients. And so really important to invest. I think if you're a private sector company that wants to generate more impact and be seen as a leader in this space, to not just think about what financial resources are you delivering through your dedicated social impact functions, but also, do you have dedicated individuals whose role, do we see ourselves as connectors? And how do we find those synergies with our client base so that we can actually accelerate and do more of the kinds of things that we know make a positive impact?
How do you do that?
Well, one is, there is huge value in being at events like this and connecting, and then being that bridge. I would say one thing that is a challenge I've heard throughout the few days, and I hadn't fully appreciated it, but now I'm leaving the event, keep something that's top of mind. And that is that we don't always use the same words. We get overly complex. I think simplicity is incredibly important. And so to have dedicated teams in private sector companies, and I think that's what our teams represent, is we're also many times translators. The language that, the conversations that are taking place in this room, I can tell you that many of the leading bankers in our firm, they'd be like, what are some of these words? Nobody uses the word intersectionality at the bank. It's just not a term that you hear often. And so I think we've got to find, and we don't talk about taxonomies, so I think we've got to find a way to be, we are an important bridge, and we're translators, and we're connectors. The other thing I'll just say is that one of the things we try to do is find common language to simplify and standardize. Many of these initiatives are just boutique. We are a large global financial services company working in all corners of the world. If every single thing is unique and boutique, it is very hard to scale, but it's also very hard for individuals like us to sustain that work. And how many of those types of initiatives can we get done in our career?
I love those points, some very, very valid points. I love the external influencer too, because that's certainly not a lot that we've discussed over the last couple of days, is actually bringing those external influences in. Lisa, is that part of your focus? Has that worked for you?
Definitely. I think our people, certainly our senior leaders, and I echo what Subha said about the senior leadership support. That has just been so critical. And they are out externally facing and being influenced as well at a lot of these, the CEOs of banks, sit around and talk banking things, but certainly I know that in their private time, they're talking about their philanthropy, they're talking about charities that they are involved in. So all of those things matter. For me, and the thing I always talk about with my team, and they know this, is we have a dual mandate as a corporate foundation. The first is the one that is employee engagement, and that is what keeps us relevant, keeps us kind of at the heart of the organization, where we don't get cut when times are tough. And we have to remember that, and impact. So it's a dual mandate, and it's something that we're always balancing as a corporate foundation, but it's really important to keep both at the center of our work, to remain relevant, to go when times are hard. It's easy when times are easy, but when times are tough, that dual mandate and balancing the two is really critical.
Can I just jump in and just say, I think that dual mandate is really important, and it just requires, and I think it's important, again, as we build a bridge amongst the different sectors, to just also have a sort of a reality check. It takes courage in this environment to be a first mover in the private sector. And I think that one of the roles that we have to play is to continue to create comfort and to de-risk the idea of being a first mover. And I can tell you that certainly in the US right now, a year ago, if I was at this event, I would not have said this, but I think that there is a much less of an appetite to be a first mover right now, because we're just in a moment of so much unknown and change and uncertainty. And I think it's important for our colleagues in the NGO sector and in the public sector to just recognize this moment of disruption in the private sector.
And based on simplification, I'm sure that would make your job a lot easier as well. Shubha, is that something that you've battled? Have you had to change the way that you speak to people in your organization on a global level to make sure that they are all on the same page, and you don't have to change the terms that you use depending on where you are in the world geographically?
So I think for us it's been interesting to figure out how to navigate this, because fundamentally, and I think on a stage in Asia, you can say this, is that there was great clarity that we weren't really going to change anything. But how do we navigate? So the how was certainly a question we watched very carefully at the start of the year. We take our role as a connector very seriously. I think being first and foremost, MasterCard is a brand. It's a trusted brand. Our business follows from that, right? So for us, knowing that the biggest asset we have is the trust that the ecosystem has in us, and that's our business, has been a way of also recognizing the other side of that coin. That means if we have that trust, we have influence. If we have the influence, then we can connect. And there's a responsibility around all of that. So getting that aha moment a good number of years ago, we sort of started developing this platform that brings people together every year in DC, of all places, around the IFC and the World Bank meetings. So this year was an important moment for us as we were thinking about, do we continue to convene? Do we convene the same groups? Do we have those conversations as we've been having them? Or do we reposition? And I think in the end, to Brandy's point, it takes courage and it takes leadership will. We were a little bit more muted in terms of the external communications we did, but we had the conversation, we had the same people, and maybe the flow of people from the capital was a little less than usually would be, but we carried on. And in Asia, we've not really changed our positioning or our language. I think in the US, we've been a little bit quieter, and I'm okay with that because we didn't reduce the action. And I think coming from this part of the house, that was our biggest worry. Are we going to pause action? Are we going to slow things down? Or are we going to manage to keep doing what we're doing, even if that means some of it we communicate a little bit differently or we communicate less about?
What's the answer to that? You know, if you have slowed down, when do you ramp back up? Or do you keep going the way that you're going now? I mean, when do you make those decisions? Because those are big decisions to make.
Yeah. So no direct personal experience from MasterCard that I can speak to because we haven't changed the course at all. But we have seen that happen with peers and others in the ecosystem. And I think, yesterday I think Bethel brought up in a conversation, she was calling Madeleine Albright's words when she said, I'm an optimist, but I worry a lot. I think, so I want to call that to sort of respond here. I think some of those changes may not necessarily be reversible. I think the hit that gender has taken is a hit, and only time will tell us whether resources will come back to that or will it go to broader development issues, right? So I think there's two questions there, and I don't have the answer to either. One is, are organizations that have kind of reduced or slowed down going to ramp back up? Is the big question. And the second one is, are they going to ramp back up in the areas where they have sort of pulled the plug a little bit or reduced? I don't have an answer to either, but I do worry that ramping back up to the same levels on the same types of spend and categories may not be what we will see in the near term. And so some of this is damage that we need to recognize. And sitting here as sort of private sector and sort of corporate foundations, I think there's a responsibility there. We won't be able to fill the gap that's been created, but certainly we can bring sort of interventions and strategies to address that perhaps even more smartly. And I think there's a responsibility for us to think about that and do that and convene around that.
Well, let me ask you, Brandy, what is your view on that coming from the States? Just to put you on the spot.
Yeah. I was reflecting as I was, on the flight over here about what's really different, because we've continued our foundation's efforts around investing in social innovators. We've continued our impact investing fund and begin to invest in for-profit social entrepreneurs. We've expanded. We had an incredible year this year from an employee engagement standpoint. We have a very large, effort to engage our employees directly in local communities. And there's never been a question, should we stop those things? And there has never been a question, should we change our mission in our community investing work, which focuses on economic opportunity? That hasn't been a concern. I do think, though, that one of the things that is different And I'll speak for philanthropy in the US broadly, not just corporate philanthropy. I think the role we play in investing in systems change is what we're going to see slowing down. I don't think that bringing resources into local communities, trying to create jobs, improve infrastructure, improve education, I don't think that will change. But I do think that the role that we've historically played in trying to influence public policy, influence systems change, influence practice, I think we're just in a moment where we're trying to understand what is it that we need to now influence. So I think the systems change work is probably shifting. I also would just say that I think it's important to articulate the why we do this. And I think it's very simple. And I don't think this has changed. And I think we need to make sure that we continue to communicate this. This is coming full circle to where we started. It is because it is good for business. We want to have thriving economies, not just because it's the right thing to do, and it is the right thing to do, but because it's also part of a successful business strategy. So I think we have to continue to make that case and explain the why, and it's imperative.
So then this also involves evidence, doesn't it? You know, when you're explaining the why to someone who potentially doesn't believe you or doesn't agree with you for whatever reason, that comes back to, look, we've proven it. We've done this. This has had this impact. It is good for business. Is this something that you've experienced, Lisa, and how have you done that?
Yeah, absolutely. We employee engagement, measuring the metrics around that. This is actually, we've also had the highest year of employee engagement in the foundation this year, so it's just been tremendous to see the reaction from staff. And we are now able to tie our giving data to employee retention, engagement, promotion rates, and that will just get better, as the tools get better. So I absolutely use that with our executive committee when I talk about kind of the why, because they want to. For them, that is their number one lever in driving profit in the business, is the people that we have in the business. And if they're engaged, if they're feeling, coming to work with a sense of purpose, that's incredibly important. I just wanted to pick up on that last conversation as well, and I completely agree that we can't fill the hole that's been left on many fronts. And coming from an Australian context, it is quite different to the US, although we operate in the US as well. We did give a crisis grant to an aid organization. I think we realized we weren't filling a gap, but we were sending a signal, an important signal of solidarity of the corporate sector standing with the NGO sector in this moment. And we know that the organization that we gave that gift to used it in when they were talking to the Australian government, who was thinking about their aid budget at the time. And we know that it's not just the US, there's lots of aid budgets that are kind of in question at this moment. And so if we can send, and that is not a public thing, that would have happened behind closed doors, standing in solidarity and sending those important signals, I think, is something we can do behind the scenes.
Well, and I'll just say it also bolsters us when we can see that other corporates, other foundations are supporting entities. It just makes it easier as well. So I think the moment of competition is actually not I think we're not looking to compete and have exclusivity anymore. We're looking to have strength in numbers, and I think that will continue to advance the work.
Shuba, come in here. You were nodding when we were talking about evidence-based and changing minds that way. Is that a strategy that you've taken on board where you are?
Sure. I think a lot's been said even on the previous panel about data, and now more than ever is the moment, I think, for us to think together about how do we use data to unlock compounded value, right? So I think data and collaboration will both be key. Competition, yes, we've been talking a lot about working in complementary ways, but I think now to go from competition to complement to actually, compounding effects from pooling will be extremely important. And I think then we will begin to see results that are sort of, have a multiplier effect to what resources have had previously. And it's not only a good thing to do, now we need to do it to meet this moment. So I think our view is that, and so increasingly we're looking at being sort of that the first mover in those kind of examples. So last year we did something for the first time with the Asian Development Bank. Typically we'd give grants, but we thought, how do we use our dollars for de-risking really at regional scale? To unlock dollars for small businesses. So it will be, the grant will come to support, to de-risk, but over 4 years. So for us, already a little bit longer term than how we were thinking, to get $1 billion into the hands of small businesses. And now I think from 4 we need, and I think Brandy made this point earlier on, from 4 we need to really go to 8 and 10. We need to think very long term and come in to, if we're going to shift a system, and if we're going to support with core for infrastructure build, right, for some of these models, which typically corporate philanthropy is not interested to do. That's very long term, right? We also have annual sort of impact and sustainability reports that go with financial reports. Increasingly, investors are interested but want to know here and now, how did we become better, right? So to kind of balance that and bring some very smart private sector business ways to the way we operate, I think is something corporate philanthropy can also really work to do.
We are just about out of time, but I just wanted to end with a quick comment from all of you for the people in this room. I truly believe that one person can make a difference. Whoever you are, wherever you are. Is there anything that you need from the people in the room that you'd like to put out there? Or is there anything that you would like to offer them just to finish off this panel, to show that we can all, I suppose, help each other on this journey? Who wants to start? Sure,
I'll start. We've had a great 3 days here at AVPN, and thank you so much to the fabulous team for this great conference. And we've been connecting with a lot of our partners, and we would like to help make connections for them to more of the fabulous philanthropists and corporate funders and government actors here at the conference. So that would be my ask, and my offer is to say, we would love to help forge more connections for the partners that we're working with people in this room.
Shubha?
So for us, it's always an invitation to say, we're a network of networks, that's MasterCard. If you think this network can help you, particularly from the Center for Inclusive Growth side, please reach out. Our convenings are about democratizing access. Our programs are about getting great local ideas into the market. So if you've got an idea that's related to financial inclusion and digital inclusion that can support small businesses, please come up and have the conversation. Maybe we can help shine a light on it. Maybe we can help implement it, right? And if you think our platforms can be useful to you, please also come up and say hello. We will see how we can have the conversation together.
And I will just end by saying, I think we're doers, but we also want to be bridges. And it's incredibly important for us to remember that there is so much, we're always looking for what is that hard data? What is the bottom line? Sometimes the relationships and cultivating the relationships and that trust may be the most important outcome that we can generate in a world with increasing divisiveness.
Thank you all so much for today. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our fabulous panel.
What an incredible final morning it's been here on the plenary stage. A big thank you to all our speakers and moderators. And now it's time to pause and connect and refuel. Lunch is being served in the foyer. Use this time to continue the conversations, and it's also your last chance to join our lunch and learn sessions happening in the gallery rooms 301 to 304. You can also find more information about the lunch and learn sessions on your conference app. We'll see you back this afternoon for more inspiring discussions across our breakout sessions and in One Asia stage. Enjoy your lunch.